pending or potential litigation, and personnel.
So moved.
Second.
And a motion from the 5th and a second from the 3rd. Voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum and Mr. Mason out.
Yes.
You're voting yes? Okay. Franum out.
Bonnie, you got some steaks down there?
I sure do.
Yeah, I know. That's about pushy. You may walk away.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and
Definitely gonna-
reconvene. We'll go ahead and reconvene. All right, we've got certainly a few matters that we need to address before we proceed with committee meeting. So at this time, Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Mayor Davis, commissioners, will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Dennis, he's out. Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Dennis Williams out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to draw everyone's attention. There was an item that was part of the addendum agenda for the special call meeting, and that is to discuss the waste management contract. If there's no objection, we'll add that to the special call meeting agenda. All right, without objection. All right, Chair recognizes Administrator Donald.
All righty, well, good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. This item, as you know, sanitation challenges have definitely hit Augusta and really all of our nation in response to COVID, especially during Omicron. During that time frame, Waste Management invoked the force majeure clause to basically highlight that these challenges related to COVID negatively impacted those services and made a request in lieu of breaking contract or anything of that nature to request to reduce their fines for the month of October only, keeping November and December's fines intact down to $125,000 for which they would pay. And so the request for that would result in a removal of the force majeure clause as well as the 90-day notice necessary. And so as such, this item is on the special called agenda for the commission to make a motion or if so inclined to make a motion to reduce October 2021 fines to the $125,000 and accept the rescission of the force majeure clause by Waste Management.
Motion to approve.
Okay. I've got a motion to approve and a second.
I have a
All right,
question.
Chair recognizes the commissioner from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
This is just for some clarification, I guess, from the administrator. In reading this, I see where the last sentence they said that they reserve the right to exercise force majeure in the future. I know that they've agreed to move forward with the fines as stated, but do you not see a problem here with them exercising force majeure to get us to, anytime there's a month of high fines of?
No, I don't, only because the plan is to identify what a standard would be so that anytime there is any challenge related to something that is unforeseen, because usually you just handle that when it's unforeseen. Since COVID is going to be here for a while and all of that good stuff, the consolidated government will have the opportunity to agree to some approved upon thresholds, and then it would eliminate it, period, for that category.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor.
Madam Clerk, I believe we've got a motion and a proper second. Voting on the adoption of the contract with the changes. Commissioner from the 5th. Thank you, sir.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes General Counsel for the reading of a motion.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. We will request a motion to accept the resignation of O.D. Donald as administrator and to acknowledge receipt of Mr. Donald's letter of resignation.
Commissioner from the 7th.
So moved.
A second from the Commissioner from the 6th. Voting.
You voting, Mr. Mason? Okay, thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes the General Counsel for the reading of a motion.
We will request a motion to authorize a salary of $89,484.66 for Bobby Dudley as Augusta Utility Director, Distribution Superintendent,
Commissioner of the Eighth.
effective 12/25/2021.
Commissioner from the Eighth.
So moved.
Second.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We got one more item.
He's waiting for you.
Are you waiting?
Chair recognizes General Counsel for the reading of a motion.
All right. Thank you, sir. A motion to approve a payment of $30,477.36 to Ms. Yolanda Bryant as payment for property repair and replacement for the property located at 2234 Darlington Drive, Augusta, Georgia, due to tree damage.
Commissioner from the Third.
So moved.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. General Counsel, I believe that's all that matters before us.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A minute and a half in committee meetings.
Right is right. Official is official.
Courtesy of the Georgia Open Meetings Law. Authored by yours truly.
All right. I'd like to welcome everyone to the committee meetings here today, February 8th. Ms. Bonner, is there any addition, I'd like to call public services to order. Is there any addition or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
All right. Committee, if we can go to number 2 first, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote. And I think we're missing Mr. Clark. You snooze, you lose. Mr. Clark, if you want to vote for the minutes approval. Thank you.
It's unanimous.
Agenda item 2, please, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 2,
Number 1, I'm
no,
sorry.
1, is to update from Code Enforcement Department owners on the status of the code enforcement issues concerns relative to Azalea Park Apartments.
All right. Ms. Carla, thank you.
Load it up here. Well, good afternoon. While this is loading, I want to take an opportunity to say and acknowledge that the property owner is here and a representative is here. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible to allow you all to ask us all the questions that you may have in regards to the progress. So we'll jump right in. Essentially, Azalea Park is a 50-year-old apartment complex with a myriad of maintenance issues, many of which you have been made aware of already. There are 25 buildings, and 20 of those buildings are already occupied. Maintenance issues have plagued the complex, and many of the repairs needed can be attributed to a severe deferred maintenance. In November 2021, the owners were required to conduct a site-wide assessment to capture all of the maintenance issues. They have completed that assessment. Upon receipt and review of the owner's property-wide assessment, myself and the chief of building official, Marshall Masters, conducted several in-depth site visits. It became evident that the scope and the scale of work to be completed was beyond that of the property management company. Again, we remind you that this is like a 50-year-old house, whereas as soon as you fix one problem, another one pops up and another one pops up, and then you multiply that by 20. So now you've got the equivalent of 20 50-year-old houses on this complex. So that is a serious undertaking, and the owners had a scattered, haphazard approach. They were just tackling it as it popped up instead of coming up with a systematic approach. So that was one of the first things that we observed. Myself and the chief building official also realized that they needed what we would consider technical assistance, helping them to prioritize what to do, who to select to complete the work, as far as understanding the skill set that was required in order to have the work completed. We wanted to progress from Band-Aids to solutions, and what we have seen thus far have been Band-Aids. Planning has determined that based on what we've observed on the site visits and the assessments, that the most pressing issue facing the development is the outdated plumbing system site-wide. But there is a path forward. I will very, very briefly summarize on the next slide what the essence of the problem is with the plumbing. I also have our chief building official here, Marshall Masters, to answer any technical questions that may come out of this section. Okay. For all of us non-plumbers, essentially you have a slope or a fall for water to move past and through your system and out to the main line. When the slope is absent, as you can see in the far right, there's no slope. When the slope dips and has low spots, which you'll see right there, and then if there's a negative slope, that middle one, what you're looking at here, the pipe slightly goes up, which means everything's coming back into the building because that slope is absent. So when you have these types of issues, you experience backflow and line breakage, and that's essentially what's happening across the entire complex. The owners have been hiring plumbers to come out on a weekly basis and clean out units, but they hadn't really approached the building as a whole. So again, technical assistance was needed to help them identify how you fix an internal system. And that's where we get to the part where the chief building official and myself advised them to camera 2 of the buildings, from the toilet and the sink of the top floor all the way to the main line, because it's not realistic to have them camera 25 buildings at once. So they have heeded some of our technical advice, and I'll let them talk about some of that too. But again, the goal is to get to the solution and the root cause. And so that was the advice that we gave as a department. And while as a department, we deem all of the concerns and repairs as important, we have prioritized the plumbing system. So with that being said, after multiple meetings and site visits, planning provided the following recommendations. We think there needs to be a continuation of the series of meetings with the property owners as they work towards resolution. We believe that evaluation of the plumbing system by licensed professionals, both the external, everything in the building, and from the building to the tap, needs to be evaluated. We believe that they need to prioritize the existing tenants into renovated buildings as opposed to moving new people in. We believe that the permits and the scope of work need to be consistent. Again, getting the right technical people in place to fix the problems that they have. And then last but not least, the property owner needs to provide that comprehensive corrective action plan for the plumbing repairs. We got an assessment, but let's see what that action plan looks like. With that being said, the owners are here, I will quickly highlight what they have made us aware of, and then we'll let you all ask us any questions, and of course the owners. So they had ordered the site-wide building assessment. It was done. They hired the licensed electrician. They've started on that process. They hired an additional full-time maintenance staff person. They did hire a licensed architect for the internal building redesigns. They have selected an engineering firm to review the plumbing system, and they have a scheduled treatment plan for the pest control at the site. So with that being said, that concludes planning's update, but we are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Can you go back to the first screen? I just want to ask a quick question here just to get my understanding of the numbers here. All right. So there's 20 of the 25 buildings are occupied.
Yes.
Okay. The 5 buildings that are not occupied, are those where the issues are, or there's still issues within those other buildings?
Yes. Every building, because they had a cast iron system, and those are outdated and pretty much every building we saw, the plumbing was the lines for the water, the kitchen tub were just sitting on top. So it is site-wide, their issues.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Chairman. I have just one question for planning and zoning at this time.
Okay.
How was this plumbing that was causing all of the problems with the misalignments and improper installation, how was it not caught when it was inspected? Why was this allowed to pass?
So for the most part, what we have observed is that they have not replaced all of the sections of the plumbing. What they were doing was having a plumber come out and flush the line, flush the line, flush the line. So that doesn't necessarily correspond to some type of work being done interior to the walls. Again, when we talked about making sure that the scope of work when the permits do come in is aligning with what we're seeing when we get to the site, that's where we get into the details of, hey, the scope doesn't match what the technical requirements are.
Okay, can I do a follow? Will you go to the slide that had the plumbing issues on it, please? One more. There. Okay, we're looking at dip and low spots, negative slope, no slope, and you said that this was what has caused a lot of the problems. Mm-hmm. My question was, and is, why was this allowed to pass and not be done correctly?
I'm going to let Marshall answer the long spill of it, but the short is they didn't get this work permitted.
That's correct. What you're seeing here, just problems existed in the units over the years. This work right here was not permitted. This was the Band-Aid fix that Ms. Delaney was referring to. So what has happened, these pipes here were not inspected by our department, nor was it inspected when the building was originally built. What this is, you're seeing, is they've abandoned part of the plumbing on the second floor and the first floor from the sinks. The kitchen sinks are on alignment. They come down and they wind up in the corridor. And they took it down the corridor and outside the building. So what they're trying to do is they know they have a problem in the building, so they abandon part of their system to make the system work. So that's that short fits right there that's not working very well. And then as they take that pipe around the building, again, it doesn't have the proper slope, so things aren't sloping to the tap. The obstacle with that fits right there is they have to know where the tap is, and as they go around the building, they're gaining footage, and that pipe is most likely not going to have enough slope by the time it gets around to the tap. So they've got a fits here that doesn't work very well. It doesn't meet code, and we don't have any responsibility on it, but we have tasked them to solve the problem.
And one of the other things that we want to mention is a lot of these patches that you're seeing, some of these patches are 15, 20 years old. These weren't things that we were aware of recently because their system started failing probably in the 80s, late 90s. So a lot of this it's going to predate some of our interaction with it. But as we become aware of it, we are assuming our obligation to address it.
Okay, my final question. So they were doing this work without permits. You didn't know they were having permits. They wasn't being permitted to do it. And once you found this out, was there any fines assessed to them for penalties for not following the proper protocol and safety issues?
As far as assessing fines without being able to determine the date, if this was done in 1990, 1980, we wouldn't know what fine to assess. So the long and short of it is we can't pinpoint when they did these activities. Some of these activities really are decades old. So we would have to go back, figure out when they did it, find out what the fine was at that time and things of that nature.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but my questions and comments will actually be directed to the property owners, so I don't know if you want to give them an opportunity
You
to
wanna
speak
come on?
first.
Sure. Administrator. Yeah.
Because I think part of the piece to understand is that these owners are relatively new. I think that context needs to be put in place for work that was done in the 90s, which is why that work that was done 15 years ago couldn't necessarily find the new owners, which is why you've tasked them with making all of these updates. So I think that
Duly
context
noted.
is appropriate.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. If you want to come forward, sir, state your name and address for the record, and then talk about how long you've owned the property. And
Yes, sir. I'm Dave Dunaway with the Whole Barrett Law Firm here in Augusta, the attorney for the Azalea Park. With me, I've got Simon Leach in from California, the second in charge of the owners. And as an initial matter, my clients have owned this property for 2 years. And it's my understanding none of these repairs or patchwork jobs were done by us. It all predates us. And we are well aware of the severity of this issue now. And what we've done, following a meeting 2 weeks ago, we got a list of the approved engineers or licensed engineers with the City of Augusta. I went through, personally met with 3 of them. We have selected, it's PFA, they're formerly Pruitt Ford and Associates, long-standing engineering firm here in Augusta, but also has a specialized engineer in plumbing that we've engaged. We have had, while we're asked to video 2 buildings, we actually did 4. We've got 3 where we have a lot of problems with plumbing. We have videoed all 3 of those, plus we chose a 4th. We wanted to make sure we had a good sample size to see what we were dealing with. I spoke with our plumbing engineer this morning. He has received 3 of the videos on the 3 problem buildings. He's in the process of assessing those, getting us the facts of what he's found as far as the pictures you saw, and also preparing for us a corrective action plan to address this. But I do want to make sure everyone understands, my understanding is none of this work was done by us. We purchased it, we're gonna fix the problem, but I don't want it to appear that over the years we've been doing unpermitted work and shoddy work to the extent, that is what's found out there. So,
thank you, sir. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. And thank you, gentlemen. And while I can appreciate your statements there, 2 years of ownership is still a long time. And I would imagine as a property owner and as a business person that there would have been some inspections done prior to you spending your money on this particular property. Obviously, in my mind, you saw it as a good investment for you. You went ahead and purchased it. And did you do any type of, let me ask that question because I don't want to assume anything. Was there an inspection done by you or your designated personnel prior to purchasing the property?
Yes, the banks we have an inspection done on every property, but this particular problem I know wasn't identified as an issue that came up on those inspections. But an inspection is a standard part of purchasing all properties.
Okay, then someone did you a disservice, because clearly what we've heard here is that this is not something that just happened. This has been going on for years and not your fault. So that's been made clear. So that takes away about 10 other questions I had for you. So you're doing pretty good right now. But at the same time, that inspection should have revealed what we've already revealed. Now, I know you said in the past couple of weeks, I think you mentioned that you've made some appropriate hires, because it appears that whatever was done, if anything, during the first 2 years of your ownership, it wasn't appropriate. Can we agree to that?
Yes, sir. We were trying to put Band-Aids on it and
Right.
address them as they possible.
Okay, so without a systematic approach, you'll have systemic issues. Without a systematic approach, you're going to continually have systemic issues. So therefore, Band-Aids won't work. Now, I would ask you, would you live there in such a manner as what other folks are living there, with what we know is currently going on? I mean,
we're addressing those issues. You're correct. We've been reactive to this point, and which is why one of the reasons I've been asked to come in and oversee is to ensure that we're focusing whatever resources we need to do in as expedient a time as we can do. We've tended to react to the issues as opposed to spending a little bit of time to understand and then going in and fixing full-time. So these issues clearly is from our job is to provide quality housing, and that's what we want to do. That's our focus going forward, and we need to fix these issues quickly as a result of a professional plan.
yeah. Everybody deserves a place to live that is safe and secure and livable, especially safety and health-wise. When you have plumbing and things like that coming back in to a dwelling, that certainly is inappropriate under any circumstances. I understand, and you should have understood, that with this cast iron system, that there would be some serious issues that could happen as a result of the type of system that's already in place. And so, hence the Band-Aids. But what I do know is vouchers and monies was still coming into your pockets. That was happening.
We've collected rents.
Yes, absolutely. And so with that being said, there's an accountable piece, there's a responsible piece. No accountability, no responsibility, no credibility. And that's where I'm having a problem at sitting here today, because the credibility is at issue here for me with what has and what has not happened over time. Now, again, I can't fault you for these other things, so I'm not even going to mention them, Mr. Chairman. But from the 2-year time frame, if it appears to me that if we had not come out and our folks did their job like they're supposed to do, this could still be going on unaddressed, even as we sit here today. And that's the shame of it all. So with that being said, I'm going to digress for a
You
moment.
want me, okay, I was gonna say, you want me to come back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the owners, how you doing today? You see the progress report that's before us, right? And it says in many ways the owners have made a decision to look at. Have you got any feedback from these professional entities who's going to do this body of work? Because you do all plan to do the work, correct? That's why you've hired these persons. Have you got your numbers back, and are you willing to make the necessary investments that it's going to take to bring it up to code?
And we haven't gotten the numbers back yet.
Sir?
We have not gotten the numbers back yet. I spoke with the plumbing engineer this morning. He's, like I said, he's got 3 of the 4 buildings video he's reviewing, and he said he thought by early next week he'd have his factual findings and be able to sit down and start talking about the corrective action plan.
Okay. Let me just for the, Mr. Chairman, I need to ask Mr. Marshall a question right fast.
Sure.
Mr. Marshall, for the plumbing system and for what you know needs to be done there, it is going to be livable for all the buildings? Can they do building by building, or just because this is a system? So will this system cause everybody to have to vacate the premises, or can they move them around?
They should be able to move them around. It should be all according to what the engineer comes up with and what the video shows. So, again, before, there was no clear direction for them to go in on how to fix it. They were just fixing the problem initially, so it didn't have any longevity to the repair. So now with it being videoed, the engineer will be tasked to give them a repair method. We will in turn review that, permit it, and inspect the work. So it can be done building by building. They'll most likely have to move people around for the repair, all according to what the engineer specifies on how to fix it.
Okay, so you did say one thing that I thought was going to be important, where you all get a chance to look at it. I think you did say you all was going to be inspecting that. And so are you going to be able to expedite this process when they get those things to you so they can turn around and begin that work and you can track the work that they're doing in the buildings, whether it's the internal design or the plumbing system or whatever they're doing?
Absolutely. We realize that the department realizes the importance of this, so it will come to the front to get the repair done. And the department's working hard, working with the owner. And again, it all comes back to what the engineer is going to, the repair method. And they'll know their numbers, they'll know what to do, and they need to act on it.
From a professional perspective, what would be your guesstimate in terms of, it may not be all the body of work here in terms of when they what they need done, but when do you think that you would be able to have some specs in your hand that you can look at and review the body of work that needs to be done?
Is that a question for me or the owners?
No, it's more for yourself. In other words, if he has an engineer on hand looking at this plumbing system, if they've already done started, in a reasonable amount of time, what should that look like? In other words, we shouldn't be having this conversation, I would think, in June about we just got the specs back and we just got that, because we're asking people to, in essence, to live in squalor, you know? And so we're just asking, what is a reasonable time for you for them to expedite, because you can't say when they're going to officially be able to shell out the money. So let's assume they do all that. But if a plumbing company, a firm, is looking at that system, you can say, well, Commissioner, I look like about 6 weeks, they ought to have that before me, and I can look at it and I can get them authorized to start the work.
Yes, sir, I would agree. I think, again, the video is in. I think the engineer reviews that next week, and I would think within 3 weeks after that, we should have something, a plan, at least on them buildings. And I think, hopefully, I think there's a consensus here that what you see in a building or 2 buildings or 3 buildings may be consistent throughout the complex. And that's why we asked for the video to be shot in several different locations farther apart. They noticed that there could have been several plumbing crews on the job when it was initially built, 60 years ago. So the department's looked at all them things. So I would think in, 3 weeks from next week, so 4 weeks, we should have it. I would think that would be a expectable time frame. And again, once it hits our hands, we could do it in a matter of days to get it back out and get the repair going.
Okay. Then I'm going to go back to the owners just a moment, and I just say to the owners, I hope and pray that you all expedite the process and let your people do what they need to do, and go ahead and let this work begin. And I would ask our planning department to basically keep us abreast of your thinking that this is not moving along in a judicious manner for the city of Augusta, because it's a reflection of the city, it's a reflection of the leadership, it's a reflection of you all as owners, for surely. and none of us want to be, at the end of the day, taking advantage of people who are in not being the best situation in life. So all of us are overseers of this, and so we're going to look at this from a collective perspective and hold everybody's feet accountable on this from where I sit. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is actually for Ms. Delaney, if I could speak with her. Back when you were showing us the slideshow and you showed us all the pictures of the unpermitted work that had been done in the past, and I think Marshall Master says they were patchwork or, supposed to be temporary fixes. When we found those unpermitted fixes, and it looks like it's, from what I'm hearing, it's consistent across all of the different buildings, are they not substantial enough to take away the certificate of occupancy from this facility until those repairs are made?
I would say that the buildings that have a recurring issue would be subject to having their certificate of occupancy removed or suspended. But the main thing is, it's when they have the issues, the backup. It's just like at your house or my house. If it backs up and they come out, the plumber comes out the next day, the problem in essence is gone. It's not fixed, but it's gone. So it's periodic versus every day. So I'm not sure that would warrant the removal for an inconsistent, it's not like every day. Something that's happening maybe once a quarter, once every 6 months. It's obvious that there's a problem.
But even with the work that was done, you've got plumbing that's outside of the buildings that, you can tell it was added on after the fact, trying to alleviate some sort of problem. To me, that just says we've done in the past what we want to do. And I mean, I know the current owners didn't do it, but they also came in and bought a building and kept it running in the same manner. So.
Now, what I want to say, in the pictures you see the stuff that's above ground. This is the kitchen. This is your tub. This is not commodes. This is not toilet. This is food, sink, backup, grease trap.
Right.
So, so with that being said, from that perspective, I don't think that we would remove everyone's CO. I think if we have a recurring issue with sanitary sewer, that would definitely warrant the removal of or the suspension of the certificate of occupancy at this time.
And earlier you said there was 25 buildings, but only 20 are occupied. What's the condition of those other 5 that are unoccupied?
Some of them have been subject to fire, so they have smoke and water damage, and then 2 of them have been condemned, and they're in a stripped down process, and they're already have a licensed architect submitting plans for those buildings.
So they're trying to rebuild them, I guess?
They are renovating because the building envelope, the exterior is in good shape, but they're having to come back in and put things in as far as the plumbing, new plumbing. It's all the way down to the studs in 2 of those buildings.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
Mayor
Chairman.
Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a robust debate, and I know that there's a concern about getting work done as expeditiously as possible. My concerns, as I listen to the conversation, are fully stating the problem, and I'm not sure that that's necessarily been done with regards to, one, the conversation around plumbing. We got here because of a series of issues, and those series of issues today is largely predicated around plumbing, with the focus around sink and tub lines. We've not even talked about, quote, the commode, the sanitary sewer piece. I think it's incumbent upon planning and working in concert with the owners that by next week we have a full report of what the problem statement is, so that when we have our meeting next week and we come back 30 days from now or 60 days from now, we know what it is that's being done. What I heard the director say and the chief building code inspector articulate is that they've got engineers or a group on site doing camera-ready work of the, quote, plumbing system. It's going to show us something. But in terms of what are the broader issues, I don't think you fully laid those out. And I want to caution, I know the commissioner from the 6th, he said, we don't want to be having this conversation in June. And the question is, what conversation will we be having at that time? What I do know is, from a plumbing perspective, you've got multiple buildings, and as you make an attempt to try to move people from one location to the next while you're suspending and doing work, you got to clearly say, this is what this is and where we're going to be moving people. I've not heard any of that today. What I've heard is we're going to fix it, but I'm not sure the commission is going to walk away with understanding what it is we're going to fix. Because what Marshall just said a moment ago is 3 weeks from now, you have all of the stuff from the engineers who will have assessed the problem. 3 weeks from now, it'll be March. June is just right around the corner. So let's be clear and setting expectations that all of this work may not be finished by June. Okay? And you'll be disappointed, and we'll be having this conversation again. And at that point, I'm going to be disappointed. That's why I want you to clearly articulate expectations and what the problem is. I yield.
Mr. Chairman, would you mind if I chimed in on
Sure.
that?
Mr.
So I
O'Donnell.
think we've identified a host of issues. I know at one time, when we first brought this issue forward, there were almost 200 total issues. The presentation today shows that those have been dramatically reduced, but there are still those three categories remain. So you've got mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And so over the next quarter, the goal is to resolve all of those issues and leverage the progress that has been made. The first thing is they have been making these adjustments independently. The consolidated government has stepped in and made some requirements. So we've given them the technical assistance, we've required them to bring on engineers, et cetera, et cetera. And now we will be monitoring the reduction in those three categories and ensuring that each one of those issues is totally reduced. And so I believe, to the mayor's point and to all of the commission's point, that provided that they resolve those issues in those three categories, when we come back in a quarter, we won't additionally be resolving those. So if there needs to be a single document, because the discussion breaks down all of the issues, but if there needs to be a single document so that you come back in a quarter and make sure all of those things are checked off, I think that can be done as well.
You want to speak to that, Mayor?
Yeah, I think that's important. These issues are fluid in nature, and they're certainly very diverse. And I think it's important for the commission to clearly have an understanding of the work and what's being resolved in real time. So I would ask for that, Administrator Donald. Thank you for that.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Franklin.
Yielding? Okay. Commissioner Hassan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. I'd like to just address the mayor, if you don't mind, in terms of, the body in general. And I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for asking for some clarity on exactly what I meant. And what I was saying is exactly, if we reflect, in the last 4 to 5 months, we've had this conversation 3 times, and nothing has happened. So that's what I meant in true sense. So I'm glad you're asking for clarity on exactly what did I meant. I don't want to hear we finna get started in June. Other words, and I think Mr. Marshall corrected, that he has to have some things in the hopper in a few weeks, and so he kind of corrected that. But the statement coming directly from me does need to be clarified. I didn't want to see us say we finna get started. We got everything we need to do. Here it is right here, and start shaking it, and we're supposed to be excited. So I appreciate the clarity for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, you want to close us out?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming back to me. I'm going to ask the owners this, and when you answer, I'd appreciate it if you'd speak into the microphone so everybody could hear. We're talking about structural, and we're talking about the issues with the buildings, but I just want to touch on one other little thing. The safety and well-being of the residents of Azalea Park. Are you planning on putting in any kind of systems such as cameras that can't be damaged or anything to help secure that property? That's number one. Number two is we hear this over and over from citizens that rent and these properties, that they are afraid to go to the property manager with any kind of complaint for fear of being kicked out of the apartment or evicted. Do we have your assurance going forward that if a resident has a legitimate, valid complaint, that your door will be open to them without fear of reprisal?
Let me take both of those points. From a security point of view, yes, one of our intentions for the upgrades to the property will be to add a security camera system. We also have recently employed 7-day-a-week security on site, and they are addressing access to the property to make sure we can maintain that in time. So those two things are top concerns for us, for our residents, and also our staff. And to your second point, absolutely. If a tenant has a legitimate issue, it is our responsibility, both morally and as owners, to take care of their issue. And they will not be reprised against based on that. And if our staff are behaving in that way, we will take corrective action with the staff members.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. No more, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Marshall or Ms. Delaney, question for y'all. We've talked about how the commission wants an update via list and kind of a little bit more, making sure the accountability piece is there. What time frame do you need to come back to this committee with more information, more detail?
I would say that if we can get the engineer's comprehensive plan on that component alone, we would need about 2 weeks with it.
Okay.
So if they can give that to us 2 weeks from the date we get that, the other items, the 3 categories, we could probably have those ready at the same time.
So if we do 30 days from now, you feel confident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I get a motion to that effect to bring back this information in 30 days?
So move.
Any further discussion between the colleagues before we vote? Thank you. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, committee. That concludes public services.
You ready for administrative services, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. Hold on just a moment. I believe we have some information we need to share with you. They're on there. You attached them to all of them. Yes, ma'am, but I was asking if you had. Oh, yeah. Let me see. I think you did. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, okay, good. Thanks. Okay.
Same one, get the dinner. This is the same thing. Same thing. Oh, this favor on the same. There's number one more. That's number one. I just got 2. Okay. Okay. Okay.
That's for number 12. Oh, no, I'll give it to you. Yeah, I think I didn't have any extras, so administrative services. What, talking about this?
No, this one. This one. This
Oh.
for Wayne Brown and everybody has it.
Oh. What's his name, got a PowerPoint? Yeah, but he's got one for, oh, hey, what you got? You got one? Yeah, what's up? How about? That's this 12? Okay.
Y'all gonna take a break? I need to run to the little boys' room.
Here.
I should have went. How we coming, Miss Bonner?
Sir,
How we coming?
we coming. Yes, sir. We're here.
We're here? Okay.
We're here.
Ms. Bonner, the administrative service, now call the order. You got any addition or deletions?
No, sir, we just have supplemental information to agenda item number 6 as well as 12 that I think you've received the handouts to that effect.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. At this time, I'm gonna try to put together for committee and to my colleagues, a consent agenda. I'm gonna consent item number 1, item number 2, item number 4, item number 5, item number 7, item number 8, and item number 13. No, sir. No, sir. We want to let them make presentations. I'll speak to that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
item number 7, I'd object to consenting that one,
Okay.
and we'll talk about why.
Okay. You just want me just to pull it then? I
Yes.
mean, not consent it?
Not consent it, please.
Okay. All right. I don't have a problem with that. Okay.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Bonner, you can take off item number 7.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that remains 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, and 13.
Yes, ma'am. Could I get a
Motion to approve.
Okay, who was, I'm sorry, that was a little muffled.
Frantham and Ms.
Mr.
Scott.
Franham? Yes, sir.
Ms. Bonner, voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, Ms. Bonner. When you're ready, item number 3, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 3 is a motion to approve the SPLOS 7 overage and the timeline for SPLOS 8.
I'm going to get the administrator, get him to catch his breath down.
I think that's it. It's a PDF. Is that it?
Mr. Administrator, item number 3.
How you doing? On item number 3, Commissioner, I don't think it's loaded the way we thought it was. Is it possible for us to go to another item to
Yes,
give them
sir.
time to load it?
Yes, sir. We go to item number 6.
Okay. Got it. That one is loaded.
Item number 6, is that needing to be
No, I think they have
uploaded
that
as
one
well?
loaded. So, Mr. Langston, if you can get that one on the USB for her and bring it back, and we'll just go straight to 6. It's already here. Okay.
Item number 6 is a presentation of the draft quarterly report for Richmond County Economic Development Activities.
Well, we got that in hand, Mr. Administrator. Listen, you need it.
Yeah, you could use either one, but I'll just go through it for talking purposes for the edification of the public. So that one's already loaded, so I can go through that.
Okay.
So just very quickly, and this one won't take long at all, you know, almost a year ago, the commission highlighted that while we all know that our economic development partners, and I know we've got conflicts today. I know that Mr. Benish Brown, who's not always considered a part of that economic development team, is here today, but you hear things from everyone, but the commission wanted some consolidated information from all partners and also just wanted to be able to more publicly understand what's happening in our economic development ecosphere. And so, as you know, we brought on Mr. Tony McNeil, who is here with us today, serving kind of as our economic development officer and liaison, who we stole away from South Carolina to kind of help us out with that. And so he is partnering and coordinating with all of our economic development partners, and their first offering will be a quarterly economic development report, which the first one will come to you in April, looking back on the first 3 quarters of 2022. And so this is just a draft template of what you would receive. That way we can get some feedback on if this is the type of data and information that you want, and to be able to kind of set that foundation where the commission and the public understands what's happening in economic development. I think what's important, though, is that, as you know, many of your economic development activities are not actually allowed to be public, so you wouldn't know some of those specific things, but you know what type of activities are in the hopper. And so I think the first thing is, when you think about our partners, you've got 2 staff members that have been dedicated to really be the liaisons with all of our partners, Ms. Tanikia Jackson, who's the deputy administrator, as well as Mr. Tony McNeil, again, who's been the economic development officer newly hired and brought on. You know Cal Ray, the president of the Augusta Economic Development Authority, of course, Mr. Benish Brown, who oversees Destination Augusta, Ms. Margaret Woodard for the Downtown Development Authority, and Dr. Tom Clark from the CSRA Alliance for Fort Gordon, which all receive some form of funding from the city of Augusta, and ensures that we are, again, coordinating appropriately and delivering. And so when you think about those key folks in the report, it'll just continuously have a static listing of what the commission's investment is, as well as what the focus areas are for each one of those entities. While the commission is very aware of that, it's actually more so for the public, so that they understand the type of investment that the commission is making to ensure the appropriate growth throughout Richmond County. The quarterly reports themselves will just be snapshots of key and pertinent information. Again, these are drafts and samples, so the numbers don't necessarily matter as much as the type of content. So you want to, when you think about Destination Augusta, we always want to know what type of gross sales are happening, so you can understand the type of trends that are occurring within the community, what we're looking at for our total visitors, and looking at that on a quarterly basis, and then being able to compare that by quarter. So again, that quarterly snapshot would involve that type of information for them, as well as, you know, one of the biggest assets that, along with all of the things that Mr. Brown does, you also have Film Augusta. And so really just kind of looking at, you know, the interest in Augusta, so that you can continue to measure whether you want to make that investment. I think the number of tours is vital and important, as well as the local spend by those production companies, which over the last couple of years has been really impressive. And so just kind of looking at those things, breaking it down by quarter, and really getting a snapshot that the commission and the public can digest and have a clear understanding of what's being provided. Again, the same thing with the Economic Development Authority. You know, you're able to see the increase in locations, what that capital investment looks like, you know, what type of new capital investment, what are the 5 biggest projects, and then how many projects are in the hopper. And so those numbers will change by quarter, and so you can kind of see the productivity as well as the interest, and again, measure what is coming through to Richmond County. I would say the same thing for the Downtown Development Authority, being able to really know how many new businesses, you'd be able to see that total aggregate amount, but you'd also be able to see, cumulative amount, but you'd also be able to see the total, the by month, by quarter numbers, as well as the total invested specifically for downtown, whereas, you know, our partners at Destination Augusta are going to have a more holistic view. Also looking at, what type of activities are happening specifically related to those downtown visits and things of that nature, I think would be valuable to the commission. And when you look at the CSRA Alliance, a little bit different. It's more so focused on some of our key activities around cyber in our area schools and what type of investment is made. And so while we have it listed as a part of the quarterly report, their activities are more semi-annual, and so you won't see the numbers change much. But I think it's important, since the commission has made an investment, that those things are just included. And so those numbers likely wouldn't necessarily be quarterly. But in general, that's your draft report. It's a snapshot of what happens on a quarterly basis, and it is a direct response to the directive given by the commission during our prioritization and FY22 budget planning. And so I know, Commissioner Fransom, that was a big piece for you to kind of know that there is collaboration, as well as, which items within that collaboration, what that quantitatively looked like. And so hoping that this draft provides that for you.
Yeah, I have some questions whenever.
But go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay. So no, I appreciate the report. Just have two questions. Are these entities coming together to meet like monthly, or are they meeting quarterly? Like what is that?
Bi-monthly meetings.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the newly instituted activities as requested by the commission.
Okay. Okay, good. And then my other question is that I noticed that Hawthorne's department has sometimes dipped into the economic development piece, and I'm wondering, should they be a partner, I guess, is my question. And then the second piece would be like Tim McFall's, he came out and was talking about grocery stores downtown possibly coming, and I know Cal's in here, but if Tim's boots on the ground, should Tim be?
Well, these are just the primary people. These are, anybody under Mr. Ray, who's the president, is by default included. Now, you would also have the technical college and some others, but these are just those that are funded by the commission. And since it's a new endeavor, you'd expand that team. But when you talk about business retention and expansion, it is these folks plus everyone else. And so when you capture the return on investment, the reason it's included like this is because these are the folks that you made that investment in. But the broader team that should be meeting bi-monthly would include those other partners as well. Augusta Tech, you could expand to about 6 to 10 other organizations.
Yeah, and the only piece of, I guess, I would love to see in the future when we get these is just let's celebrate wins. Mm-hmm. So if they got wins, if they can list the wins within the report, I think that'd be cool, because I think sometimes we miss it, or it might be a different win to each one of us here,
Duly
new
noted.
Business or whatever. So thank you for this, though.
Yep.
Yes, I just have one. I'm sorry, you through, Commissioner. I just have one question, and that's the one about the funding, the amount of funding.
Yep.
And I'm looking at the DDA. I'm not sure that number is correct there.
Well, remember, these numbers are not intended to be correct.
Okay.
Some of them are intentionally wrong. That's why we put draft on everything. Some things that are annual reports that we receive, we plug those numbers in, so it would intentionally be wrong, so that we keep everybody knowing this is a template. It is just the types of information.
Duly noted. Duly noted. I don't see anybody else in the queue. And I'd just like to get a motion, but I also like to be inclusive. But I'd like to add something else to the consent agenda that I intended to add, and I missed it. So we're going to add it with this number 6 that we are attempted about to receive as info. I guess we said to approve. I'm going to change that to approve it. And that's item number 12. There's a consultant for our choice neighborhood that we're acting upon, it's just to hire a consultant. So like the
Motion to approve.
6 and 12.
Motion to approve the addition and receive his information this week.
Second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Ms. Bonner, item number 7.
Item number 7 is a motion to approve HCD's request to continue the Laney Walker Farmers Market in partnership with the American Heart Association and Augusta Locally Grown to provide support and eradication of food desert in the Laney Walker Bethlehem area.
Mr. Mayor? Yeah, you pulled it. You
Well,
asked us to hold- pull it.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to hear from the author of this item, and then I've got some questions.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mr. Mayor, other members of the commission. So this agenda item is simply a action for HCD to sort of move forward in the vein of our community economic development efforts. When we look at areas of concentration of impact, of course, housing, small business development and sustainment, healthy food choices, healthy food support, as well as creation of jobs, and those things are very important. So what we're talking about is just continuing a partnership that has been in existence for a year and a half, understanding the fact that Laney Walker Boulevard, or Main Street as we call it, of course, is a food desert. Understand that there are efforts that are being gone and talked about in and around surrounding areas, but understanding that, we don't like to just come before you and give reports and talk about how the area is still a food desert. So understanding those things, what are we doing? So one of the first things that we're doing moving towards eradication is to be sure that we can bring health and food safety to the area. Understanding the fact that there are 400 units of public housing, understanding the fact that those public housing tenants for the most part don't have transportation, understanding the fact that public housing tenants who do have, who are able to get on public transit can only carry so many bags. So understanding those things, understanding that there is perishable food from a dollar store perspective in the area, but there is a lack of fresh produce. So what we're doing, this is merely a partnership, a continued partnership, of course, with locally grown American Heart Association, to be sure that on a quarterly basis, we're able to bring those fresh produce to the area. And so from this standpoint, based on as it's written from an MOU perspective, City of Augusta through Housing and Community Development Department is providing $5,000. That $5,000 does go from entertainment and for marketing purposes. We are not experts in other areas. That's why we have partnered with Locally Grown, as well as we've partnered with American Heart Association, who provide other activities that are spelled out there in the MOU. Thus, what you have before you is a request to be able to commit this $5,000 for dust calls. Are you?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Welcher. When I think about the challenges of food insecurity, certainly here in Augusta and across the CRSRA, while our focus is on Augusta and in this instance, the Laney Walker Bethlehem area, Mr. Chairman of Administrative Services, while I think it's nice to have $5,000 of marketing and associated dollars, the challenge of food insecurity goes beyond that. And instead of going to activities for marketing, entertainment, and supplies, we need more money going towards actually solving the food insecurity challenge, up to and including doubling the SNAP benefits. Because they are in partnership with Augusta Locally Grown, who happens to be affiliated with Wholesome Wave, Georgia. What I would suggest we do is certainly take the $5,000, but we need more dollars, and I know we have these dollars that have come from a variety of sources, that if we're going to meet the needs of people in our community, that we, one, amend this to provide dollars so that the SNAP benefits can be doubled. And again, because Augusta Locally Grown is affiliated with Wholesome Wave, who is the only entity in the entire state of Georgia that can double SNAP benefits, then they need to match SNAP dollars, dollar for dollar, and then provide funding to increase the number of days and hours that the market is open, while also providing funding to do pop-up markets. One particular location where a pop-up market would be effective is the bus station that's located there at Broad Street. It's a tremendous location. It's where people are there on a day-to-day basis who have need of these types of resources. And so, might I suggest that this number be increased from 5,000? I would submit to you, based on the population we have in Augusta and the number of people that are SNAP eligible and recipients, that this number probably should be on the order of about 150,000 to be helpful to actually eradicating and meet the needs of food insecurity, as opposed to marketing. Now, while I don't have all of the data to support that, I do know, as those of you in the room know, and if we need to table this item and come back with data, I thought we were really interested in trying to help solve some of these challenges. Again, not to besmirch what the director is recommending, but this is for marketing. Challenges of food insecurity are real. And we've got people who are in this area who would welcome their SNAP benefits being doubled, who would welcome access to fresh grown produce, fruits and vegetables that they cannot get at the stores that are in the Laney Walker Bethlehem area. And so, Mr. Chairman, I pose that to you and to the members of the commission who I believe do care about the challenge of food insecurity in our community.
No, thank
I
you.
don't know what that number is, but I know it's not 5,000.
Yeah. Well, first, Mr. Mayor, let me, I see I got from other colleagues, but let me go ahead and try to do what I can here with it a little bit. And number one is, I know a couple of years ago, we was looking at this in the Laney Walker area, and Director Welcher and some others, think visited a store or whatever out of the Baltimore, the DC Baltimore area. And they showed some perspectives on that, so I don't know where that is now in terms of bringing them on board in that Pacific area where they can have, where the neighborhood, which I grew up in, Laney Walker Bethlehem in particular, could have a store there where they could do some of the things that needs to be done. I know that's not the question before you today, but I think the stakeholders who he's doing here today, they're not here for it. I'd like Mr. Welcher to go ahead and just address what your comments, Mr. Mayor, and just see where we end up at. But I do, on the front end of it, I will say I look forward to potentially approving what we got today, because it seems like there's going to be a quarterly thing, and by the time they come back next quarter, I'll have a little bit more information. But this time, I'll let Mr. Welcher go ahead on and address some of your comments.
Mr. Chairman, let me clarify my comments, because I want to make sure he addresses my comments, and that is that rarely, again, if we're going to solve this challenge of food insecurity, would we spend dollars on marketing related of substantial amounts. But what we would do is look for every opportunity to provide direct food and or benefit that the people can get the food, fresh fruits, fresh produce, those things that happen in other communities. I want to remind everyone that this issue was of such significance that our senator from the 22nd led a study committee throughout the entire summer focused on this issue. And one of his partners and stakeholders in that conversation was Wholesome Wave of Georgia to help eradicate this issue. So it's real. And so if the director can speak to what, again, would be a reasonable number based on the data that we do know of 100,000 going towards this, that's my comment.
Mr. Mayor, based on my response, I would like to defer to Administrator Donald.
Yeah, I think we met on this recently. The timing of this conversation is extremely timely. So I know that in looking at those project funds, I think what Director Welcher and his team had looked at was a lot less than $150,000 based on funding that is available in the allowable categories. Looked at a number at closer to about 25 to 30,000. Now, if the commission wanted to make a decision on expanding to that area, we've looked at data as well as the ability to fund these type of activities, and I think that is what we would be comfortable with today. But with it being a new conversation to expand, you know, I mean, that's the 900 times the amount that's been suggested and allocated. That would take us some time to go back and look at how much funding would be available and how to be able to coordinate that. But I think the mayor makes a point that doesn't fall on any deaf ears, that food insecurity is a vital piece, especially in the CSRA. And I think it shouldn't be lost that the commission just was awarded about $4 million in partnership with Golden Harvest to expand your capacity to reduce food insecurity. That, along with maybe increasing his $5,000 offering to about $30,000 in project funds, is something that I think from a staff level, without any hesitation, we know you could move forward now. But anything above that, I think we'd have to go back and do some additional research.
Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for the administrator, please.
Yes, sir.
I believe we have some CARES funding left. Is there any way that we can use some of the CARES Act funding for this?
You could. So you could definitely do that, and I think in one of the presentations later on, because there were some questions about the American Rescue Plan, we'd go over that in detail. In addition, we are receiving our rebates from the Vax Up Augusta program, so you have some additional funds that'll be coming back for that. So again, like I said, we've been talking about these things, but based on this being something that was only discussed, at least with me, today on the floor, we've looked at existing project funds, and with that, we know we could increase up to about 30,000 with no hesitation. If it is the will of commission to use American Rescue Plan funds that, you know, we were in underspending, basically, you could definitely utilize those as well. But couldn't make a decision on that on the floor. It would take us some time to research it and bring it back.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Frampton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we go ahead and approve this agenda item and then have the discussion that the mayor is talking about as well, because I think it's needed and I agree with it. But I mean, as working in nonprofit, I mean, these nonprofits, they've already partnered, they already know what's coming, and normally these things are just kind of, you know, we support and move on. So I would make a motion to approve what's stated on the screen, and then let's have another conversation about what the mayor stated.
Second.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I want to go back to, and I'll direct this to you. All of the conversation we've heard is certainly appropriate. This is my first time being involved in this conversation as well. I think the administrator indicated this is new. It's new to all of you all, because I'm sitting here looking at it for the first time today. But the issue is a real one, and it's a long-standing one. And what I heard the administrator say is that he knows that this number could probably be 30 today. And what I'm hearing is that means that there's a gap of about 70 that you could spend time over the next week identifying the source of that, which the commissioner from the 10th has indicated as a real potential source. The final rules from Treasury has already been given around ARP use. So we know all of that. And the commissioner from the 7th has certainly made a motion that these organizations, they know they're going to get $5,000 for marketing. And I want to preface my comment with, but we got people who can't eat. We got people who need food. We got people who are on SNAP, and because of the partnerships and the existing entities that are already connected to Augusta Locally Grown, they know how to do these things. Let's not spend too much time in the huddle trying to get comfortable with feeding people who are hungry. And so I'm going to challenge us that we can give $5,000 for these two groups to go out and market and promote, but the people need to eat. They need to eat now.
But let me respond.
Substitute might be appropriate.
I'm sorry. Let me address how I look at it, Mr. Mayor, based on what's said. I'll probably stick with the motion that we have support that. I think at best for me, I think if it comes to the commission and the architects of this, is that the flea market, the farmers market and the American Heart Association, the Augusta Locally Grown, yes. Coming into what they would do, don't mind what per administrator saying, and if they show reason what their intentions are with the additional funds based on what they're doing, what it would allow them to do, and we're talking about then at the $25,000 or the $30,000, which he mentioned. And I think if I'm not off, how often do you make a contribution to this program, Mr. Welcher?
Just annually.
No, you just made one. So this is the one for the rest of the year? Because you just made one the latter part of last year.
Yes, sir. This is annually, and I think what we're doing is American Locally Grown. They're providing the actual farmers who are coming to provide the actual food.
Okay.
So all we're doing is just providing the support.
Okay.
And then the education is coming from American Heart Association.
Okay.
So you have the produce there, the honey and those type things that are there on the grounds on Laney Walker Boulevard. All we're doing is providing support to these organizations and entities that are carrying out their missions.
And so to that point, Mr. Mayor, they may come back, 5 or 6 months after they get in terms of what they're doing, because as you can see, Mr. Welch is only doing this, like you said, for the Laney Walker area. Obviously, you spoke to more locations that they can do with that, but let the entities get themselves in a position to come back and ask that request right now. I just go ahead and take a vote on the motion that's on the floor, and look forward to they come forward next week, and you can say what they can do with the additional money up to the $30,000 at best, and then look at the other part a little bit later, so we can have a wholesome understanding of what to expect, as you suggested, about the increase in the SNAP dollar for dollar and things of that nature. Let them embrace it. I think it's a great idea, but let them embrace it and see what they can expect, what they anticipate the benefit being from it. So at this time, I'd like to get a vote. Ms. Bonner, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, I'm sorry, did you read for number 3, Mr. Administrator? Yes, sir. Let's go back to item number 3.
All right, so item number 3 consists of a short presentation that we've already done at the last committee cycle, as well as the schedule that has not changed for SPLOST 8, the proposed schedule. Presenting them both together so that you can see that the general proposal is to leverage SPLOST 7 overage funds to actually have projects being delivered during the time of your initial SPLOST 8 implementation, where you have to do design for projects and all of that good stuff. You would still get projects delivered in the first year, which is 2022, but then you leverage your SPLOST 8 funding to do the design for a variety of different projects, and then begin delivering those in 2023, which, as proposed, would accelerate the delivery of projects. As we know through the history of SPLOST, many times, we're still working on some of the earlier SPLOST projects, and I think part of that is making sure that the timing and delivery both align. And so I'll go through this. In addition to that, I've sent the commission some details related to the mini theater, which was a question. Very quickly, just for the edification of the public, while you can add funds to the mini theater, the commission initially provided a challenge grant for both the mini theater as well as the Miller Theater, and provided an extension. To be able to allocate those funds officially, you would first need to allow the mini theater to have an extension so that they can receive some SPLOST 6 funds. I'll talk about that as we close out, get feedback from the commission if that's the direction that you would want to go in, and then assist in any motion that needs to be delivered. So in providing this capital project schedule and overview, just very quickly, we highlighted some of the projects near completion. Some of those since that time have actually gone into completion. I think you asked Director Malik about that at the last meeting, and he highlighted what the status of those was. We have some 2022 projects proposed to be funded by SPLOST 7 overages so that they could be delivered in this year because many of them were underfunded. Also highlighting approved facility improvements and taking any questions before we move on to the calendar. So made some adjustments also, which is some good news. I think initially the dollar amount as presented was around $15.8 million, but we received on Friday what the actual amount for the overages were, and it's about $16.1 million. And so the total proposed project list is about $15.3 million that would allow you to deliver those projects that were initially underfunded, but you'd also have about $1.1 million in which you could make some decisions on for other projects that might have come in under bid, et cetera, et cetera. Also, to make sure we deliver these, you'd have to recapture some funds proposed to be used from SPLOST 5 and 6, which is a minor amount. Again, we went over that, but I'll do so briefly for the edification of the public and the commission. So again, those projects that were at or near completion, the old Waynesboro Road storm improvements and sidewalk in District 8, Kissenbauer Road storm improvements and sidewalk installation, District 2, Tobacco Road, Wheeler Road, sidewalk installation, and we've got some, again, pictures, what the cost was and what the status is. And so, again, all of these are either at or near completion. So once this starts working. All righty. So in addition to those projects, you do have some upcoming projects. There are some existing projects that are active that could be completed in FY22. I think we know about the roof at the Richmond County Sheriff's Office. We talked about that during the budget deliberations and highlighted that the proposed way to deliver those is SPLOST 7 overages. The same when we talked about Fire Station 3, which is a project that has been long desired to be delivered, and we've gone over that. I think we might have even had a work session on it. I think we're aware about Henry Brigham, which is finishing up procurement now, and of course those bids are projected to be quite a bit higher than they were previously, but leveraging these SPLOST funds would deliver that. The Fleming Tennis Center, which is kind of a two-part piece, leveraging the proposal is to leverage some current funding to do the tear down and then use the SPLOST 7 funding to actually deliver the lighting piece there, which again is vital because those lighting commitments that the commission made, we want to make sure to do that. I think you saw the Jamestown park and field improvements. We have about $500,000 in there for bus shelters, which will get us right around, I think, a little under 20 bus shelters, but would be all throughout the county, which I think is important. We heard from our community from that a couple of weeks ago, and then road resurfacing, which is vital because we have not publicly let our citizens know what roads we are going to pave and where they would be at. This would allow us to jumpstart that. And so in looking at, these are just some of the roads. Again, I think there's a list that we have of roads that are in need of repair, but again, we've not publicly identified what roads we would be paving and the time frame in doing so. This would allow us to jumpstart it without using that $23 million that's in SPLOST 8 to actually pave some of those roads. You'd be able to do so in this year and actually pave more roads than we have in the past. In addition to that, again, highlighting all of those bus shelters or sample list, because I think during this time after proposing this, we've identified that we can get a little bit closer to about 20 shelters, and again, all throughout the county. Fleming Tennis Center, I think we've talked about that quite a bit, kind of blending those existing SPLOST 7 funds that are already there. I think they're about $260,000 for an on-call contract to be able to go ahead and deliver those ASAP. We're waiting on procurement now to go ahead and finalize that. And this week, that teardown process should be able to start. And with the approval from the commission, we should be able to complete that project here within the next 60 days in total. I think 90 days at the most, which would be very big for the lighting at that center. The Jamestown Park and Field improvements, which, you know, important, everything from the walking piece, the basketball and all of that good stuff, making sure that we bring that to fruition, leveraging those SPLOST 5 and 6 recapture funds, because that also came in a bit over budget because it is taking so long to deliver that project. Again, you would deliver and see the benefits of that within 22 as well. And so those SPLOST 7 overages, including, you know, just highlighted, we said for facility improvements, but a lot of that goes to the pods over at the sheriff's office and those bathrooms and all of those other things. So we want to make sure that we keep and deliver on that to make sure the quality of life over there fits the expectation of Richmond County. The fire station, I don't think I have to go too far into that. We know that, you know, there were about $3.5 million originally allocated. Both of those other projects came in over, as well as the soil issue that we discussed and identified, and the cost of construction. The construction has increased quite a bit, and so making sure that we deliver on that fire station is vital. We've already started the process for the soil remediation, and so this would allow us to continue and go directly to from design and construction. For Henry Brigham Community Center, originally allocated about 1.1 to make sure I think it's about 5.5 left, would take us to about 6.6 and be very close to delivering that program. I think knowing that there are some SPLOST 7 overages and the numbers came back higher than expected, I might increase that a little bit to make sure you get the full delivery of that project. But I'd imagine less than $500,000 it would take to bring that to fruition if you wanted to adjust those numbers. Again, for the train piece, I think we had already highlighted that. We talked about the Canal Authority. You directed us to earmark those out of those funds, and so you've already approved it, but I included it, so you have a trail of directly where all those funds are going. And I think we've already talked about the grocery store initiative related to the Fort Gordon area, which I believe that economic development project is now public. And so that would fund the capital related to that endeavor as well. And I believe that would conclude the recommendation. And as you see, we took the mini theater out of that proposal based on the challenge grant that you provided previously. And so my recommendation would be to coordinate these activities to deliver all of these projects in 22. And if you delivered all of those projects in 22, I would also recommend, to ensure that the mini theater project could be delivered, that you give them an extension until this time next year, so that you can identify a resolution either through SPLOST or allow them to raise additional funds, whichever is the desire of the commission.
Commissioner Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Mr. Administrator, I just want to make sure, go back to Fleming Tennis
Yes, ma'am.
Center. I want to make sure we are on track with that because
ma'am.
this is long time coming.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to make sure Dr. Malik and procurement knows that we're looking at 60 to 90 days max to get this done.
Yes, ma'am. So we have identified, there are on-call contractors who deliver these type of projects. And so with that, the tear down is the piece that has kind of been the holdup. Those funds are available. They're all on-call contractors that are available, and we'll have that resolved this week. And I can send notice to the commission once they have resolved that. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scottish, you through? Yes. Okay. Commissioner Dennis Williams? I'm sorry. Mr. Garrett, and come back to Dennis Williams. Commissioner Garrett is on
Okay,
you.
I just want to make sure I heard you right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is for the administrator. Going to the Brigham Center piece where you said there was a pretty big shortfall, how much did we allocate in SPLOST 8 towards Brigham? Was it $4 million?
No. I don't have. Yeah, that was the total, but those funds have been, you've got your design, which is complete, and so the remaining is about 5.6.
What, did the commission not approve a set figure for Brigham?
Yeah, I
$6
think it was
million.
about $6.2 million, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious to see.
Yeah, but you remember the design funds you've got to do first. And so it's design which makes it on track. And so most of these projects, like the fire station, that'd be a good example. It was the design and all of those different activities was done so long ago that when you did the other two fire stations, and I don't know why they decided to do it, that I was not here or even close to being here, so I just can't speak to that. But there's likely, I think there was only about $200,000 left, if that, available after those two fire stations are done. So you're really funding what at that time would have been a $4 million fire station in real time. The good thing about Henry Brigham, while those construction costs have gone up, there's not that big of a shortfall. So you're talking about 1.1 to $1.4 million, somewhere in between there.
Oh, gotcha. And can you discuss what the asterisk for Jamestown was for?
Because for some reason, it was really a reminder to me. It's got it in 2 districts, in 4 and 8, and so we got to get with GIS to figure out why it's showing in 2 districts.
That's because back during the last redistricting, it was split right through there.
Got it. And so I, again, wasn't here. I didn't know, but I was curious. So
technically, it's in District 8.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
I'm just saying.
So I thought that was unique, so I wanted to make sure.
Now the fields might be in District 4. I don't.
Oh Lord, yeah, I'm gonna stay away from that conversation.
All right. Thank you, Administrator. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Dennis Williams.
Mr. Chairman, can I address the administrator?
Yes, sir.
As I understand it, the funding for the mini theater is not available for 22?
Well, it's not that it's not available. So in the update that I provided to the commission is the way you provided it in, and I believe that was SPLOST 6, okay. You did a challenge grant. And so you would have to provide like funding. Because in SPLOST 7, so it is an active project, all of that's fine, but you actually put a date. When I originally looked at the minutes, there was no definitive date. That means you would be able to use like funding. Since you did put a definitive date for their extension, you would have to put those terms back in place technically based on those SPLOST rules and how you have operated, extend their ability to either raise money or remain an active project, then you could allocate funding to it. Does that make sense?
Right, but as I understood it, they had already met their challenge a while back and needed additional additional funding.
Correct. I think we're saying the same thing. So they met their match that the commission identified at that time.
Right.
But that was SPLOST 6 funding that included the challenge grant for NGOs. You move forward to SPLOST 7, you don't have those same terms and conditions. And so, and the extension that you gave them has run out and construction costs have increased. Right. So what you would have to do is the first step is to give them an extension and then go back and make the adjustments to remaining SPLOST funds to be able to deliver. Not asking them for additional funds, although if they wanted to, they could raise additional funding to meet the difference because the cost of construction between SPLOST 6 and current day is quite a bit.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking Mr. Attorney, I need some help from you on this. Per the conversation that you just heard with Commissioner Dennis Williams and the administrator, and about getting into making a motion, I want to continue this conversation. But I do want to get a motion from from my committee about making a motion to get the Augusta Mini Theater an extension, remain an active project. Can I do this at this time and continue this conversation, or do I need to? What I need to do?
Are you referring simply to the mini theater?
Yes, sir. Because in other words, he's talking about additional funding for them, and so he said the only way we can do it is we have to make a motion first to give an extension because the extension expired in May of 21. And so to be able to do that for them now, we need to give them an extension from just say, what is it, for 365 days and make them an active project, and then we can give them money from some of the SPLOST overages.
Excuse me, sir.
Sir? Okay, can I get a motion from the committee to make a motion to give the administrator?
I want some clarification.
Me too.
I want some clarification.
Go ahead.
All right, so we're trying to do an extension for the mini theater, but what about the rest of this package? Are we trying to table this, or are we trying to move the rest of the package forward?
No, there's a whole separate issue. I mean, I can explain, let the administrator explain it to you. But
No, what I'm saying is that I want to move this forward.
But you got to make a separate motion for the mini theater.
You could do both.
And that's fine, as long as we're not trying to hold the rest of the package.
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, I can't pay for all that stuff.
So if we, if I may,
Go ahead.
Mr. Attorney, so I can make a motion to move the rest of this package forward and then make a separate motion, or we may do it all together, move the rest of the package forward and do an extension for mini theater.
I would advise that you make a motion and move a package forward with an element that includes the mini theater motion.
Okay, so I would do something like a motion to move the entire package forward with the extension of what? How many days? 365 days to the mini theater.
Could you please state the purpose of the extension, just for the record?
The purpose of the extension is to look at monies for the mini theater project.
To give them additional fund to finish the project.
Additional funding for the mini theater project.
I think in that instance, I would just say to keep it as an active project because that's what you're trying to do. Keep it as, it has to remain an active project.
Okay, so my motion is to move the package forward, giving the mini theater an extension to make it an active project.
For 365 days.
For 365 days.
Yes, sir.
Second.
Point of clarity.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. And this is for the attorney or the administrator. Based on, I understand that, it wasn't a part of SPLOST 7. You can move funds. I get that and what we're going. This isn't about this nonprofit. The $500,000 that we're talking about, they have to raise $100,000 on that $500,000 based on how previous SPLOST rules are. Is that correct?
So I don't have in front of me. I spoke with the folks at ACCG. They didn't necessarily fully agree with that piece because it would be an active project that has remained active during that time, and there's not a defined plan or requirement for SPLOST 7 overages, then you may not have to have them raise additional funding. But I did not ask that specific amount or provide the challenge grant terms to them. So I would just ask that. I think that's why I'm making it an active project, and extending it for 365 days allows you plenty of time before any funds are allocated specifically to that project to determine that.
Okay, I just think we need clarity around that. I mean, it's fine if we don't get it today, but from the administrator, from the finance department or whatnot, because if you're allocating funds, it seems like you would have to put, because it's in the same realm, I would think.
Yeah,
but
again,
I don't know.
I'm not disagreeing.
I'm just asking the question.
I'm not disagreeing. I think that could very well be a possibility, but I think the key is that if it's not an active project, you actually couldn't do anything.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Mason, I'll come to you then.
Yes, thank you. I just want some clarity on the extension on the 365 days, because I heard you mention a couple of dates, May 21st when it expired. So we're 365 from where?
From May 21st would be my assumption.
So you're only talking about for another 90 days?
No.
That was 21, Commissioner.
Yeah, because that was 21.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's why I wanted the clarity.
I'm sorry. I would think it would be from when you take action today. If I would have to defer to the attorney from that. But
that's important to note.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I missed that. That's a good
February the 8th. February 15th.
I think he's asking you, Mr. Brown. Yeah.
No, he asking a
Did you say
question.
something?
Hello?
No, I was just saying February the 15th, that we pass on the 15th, it'll be 365 from there. But go ahead and answer Commissioner Mason's question.
Yes, sir.
That's what he was asking. He's asking, is it from?
You didn't hear it.
You're asking from what date will the 365
Right,
be
because I
added?
heard the city administrator say May of 2021. If you're talking 365, I want to make sure that we're clear of where we're talking about that extension from. What date is the 365 days?
I think it's an intent of the motion maker to be 1 year further from now. Because
The May 21, the May of 21 commission was when it expired.
I got that. So at some point, if you're asking for an extension, it's already expired. I just want us to be able to do it right, because you might need the 2-year extension. You understand what I'm saying?
I think what the goal is, I think Mr. Mason is saying, are we clear that the goal is, instead of saying 365, since you want it to be 365 from today, that instead of saying 365, it is most appropriate to say
The date.
February 15th of 2022, since it would likely be passed if the full commission agrees at the next meeting. I think Mr. Mason is providing the point that instead of saying 365, clarify with the date that it would expire, which would be February 15th of 2022. I don't want to speak for you, but I think I'm understanding.
Yeah, I just wanted that clarity, because if you leave it out there and it's not clear, we've thrown out some dates, and we don't want to come back and then.
I'm confusing y'all.
Yeah.
I'm confusing y'all. 23. I said 22, but you're saying 23. A year from next Tuesday. Yeah. Getting the date instead of the 365 is most appropriate. Got it.
Go ahead, Commissioner Dennis Williams want to speak.
Excuse me for taking up the time, but I want to be clear. As I understand it, the mini theater was given a match where they had to request. They met the match.
That's correct.
But that money is set aside until they can raise some additional funds.
Until the project is fully
Until the
funded.
project's good, but they need additional funds for completing the
Yes, they don't lose
project.
those funds. They wouldn't lose those set-aside funds.
Yeah, I knew they won't lose that, but there's still an opportunity for them to get some additional funds
They could.
as requested.
Yes, sir.
So this limitation and deadline has nothing to do with their original amount of funds that they had on hand.
That's correct. They can add to those funds. Yes. I hope I didn't confuse
Sure I
that.
was clear.
Yes, they can. They can absolutely add to those funds. No restriction on that.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Bonner, I'm going to ask you one thing before we vote. Mr. Administrator, for the record, give me from those SPLOST overages number that you gave him, out of that number, what is right now in hand in terms of SPLOST overages money?
The total is, I think it's $16.1 million.
Okay.
Did you just change, y'all just changed the document, the presentation?
Oh, this is it.
Huh?
I think this is it.
It's on that very first one I think you had. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, but that number has changed because we updated it for this presentation. I believe it's 16.
Can you just send that to us, Mr. Administrator?
16.1, yes. I think when they were loading the other presentation, y'all asked some questions, so they put the presentation from last week. Initially, we were using $15.9 million. As I mentioned when I opened up the presentation, we got the numbers on Friday that it was actually 16.1 million.
Right.
And so that number is 16.1, and this number would take it up to over $1 million available to allocate to projects that is unassigned from this proposal.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, you got a clear motion there?
Yes, sir.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 9.
Item number 9 is a motion to approve Housing and Community Development's request to enter into a contractual agreement with the Laney Walker Development Corporation to construct 3 single-family ADA rental units on Lee Beard Way.
Mr. Bush, I just have one question. Go ahead, Commissioner Grantham.
I was going to say motion to approve.
Second. Go ahead. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Item number 10.
Item 10, approval of NV5 to come before the commission with its findings prior to February 28th.
Yes, we've, as you know, we've hired NV5 as to be the consultant to the train contract, and they are looking at that, as we all know. I think the administrator sent us about 5 or 6 bullet points the other day of some issues that they were looking at, and also he noted in that there are some ongoing issues beyond it he did not have outlined. So my request for this committee is to set up a workshop on February the 21st at 1:30. You can get a motion to that, February 21st at 1:30.
So moved.
Second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Mr. Frenham.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. It's unanimous.
Next item, Ms. Bonner.
Item 11.
Yes, ma'am.
Refresher of the ARP allocations included in the fiscal year 2022 budget. Details of the commission-approved ARP allocations may be found. Additionally, to overview from the November 4th work session detailing the ARP allocation. This is about the slide instructions.
Motion to approve.
Was that you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Second, unless there's something that you want to share with the administrator. You got anything you would like to say or you need to say, or we can move on?
Yeah, I know you probably want to move on for today. But look, there have been a lot of questions about the ARP allocations, and with my pending departure, I don't want there to be any confusing whatsoever on where these dollars are, where they've been allocated, and what the commission has approved. And so,
Mr. Administrator, can I do a favor? Let me do something first, then so we can do that. My colleague, Commissioner Bobby, who's made the motion. I need to tell him to put his cat on hold. We need to hear what you got to say. Go ahead.
Yeah. So look, I think what's important is, one, all of these documents, anything related to what the commission has decided for the budget, of course, is in the minutes and all of that good stuff, but is also on the website and available to everyone. And so I've highlighted those pages so it's forever in the record, so that whether it be now, today, tomorrow, or 50 years from now, there should be no question on what the commission approved and allocated and where those funds are, as well as what the remaining balance is. The presentation, I could go through it in detail, but I'd like to point everyone to every single ARP allocation is on slide 3 of the November 4th presentation from the work session, unchanged by the commission. It obligates, not expends, obligates every penny except for 11 million. And what that means is you can change that until you expend it. But that is the spending plan for all of the American Rescue Plan funds, as you're required to do by federal law. But just because you have a plan doesn't mean that you can't change it. But all of those things, from water meters to the street lights, et cetera, is in great detail in multiple places, repeated within those budget documents. And so if there are any questions, I'd rather us not talk about them, in the street committee, but for us to address them right here so that we can make sure to know exactly where all of those items are and be very clear and transparent with each other and the public.
Any
So
questions,
I am
commissioners?
thoroughly prepared for any questions.
I don't have a question, more of a statement.
Yes, go ahead.
I just request or appreciate if over the next few weeks while you're here that there's meetings set up with department heads where the allocations have gone, because I know there's some concerns of how the spending is being spent, and I'll just leave it at that. But I just appreciate that any kind of meetings with department heads over the next few weeks would be.
So we have department head meetings. They're called one-on-ones, bi-weekly. And so I haven't heard any of those concerns regarding the spending because no money has really been spent. But I would prefer to have those conversations so that we can detail them and address them. So if we need to have those in small groups, again, very prepared to do so. But this roadmap and this guide is publicly available. So if there are any concerns, there is a guidebook to be able to resolve those.
Thank you.
And I'd like to just say, Mr. Administrator, in the event as you look at this, doing a crash course and making the exodus here, if you feel the need to ask of us to have a workshop or something, feel free to do that, to give us an opportunity for some things that you want to know or what have you, or that you want us to know. Feel free to ask that of us so we can make ourselves available, at least some of us who can, if not all of us, so that we can have as much possible information we need in these next couple of weeks, so we can understand who we're working with moving forward, that we can help get, keep the ship in the right place.
Yeah, I do think that something like that might be helpful because the commission has not yet decided what to do with the 11. I think it'll get close to, once we get all of these rebates, I mean, we'll probably be closer to about $11.5 million that you would have the ability to allocate. I'd love to be able to help you decide how you want to do that, but of course you might decide that you'd like to wait and coordinate that with either the interim or my successor. Either way, whatever is the will of the commission, I am more than willing to support that. So if you'd like to do a work session before that departure, I'm here, readily available. If not, my phone will still continue to ring.
Thank you, sir.
I'll answer it too.
Okay, we got a motion, right, Ms. Bonner? Motion second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
The motion is to receive this as information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's it, right?
Who thinks? It's unanimous.
That's it. We adjourn, Ms. Bonner. Administrative services adjourned. We made it.
Yeah, that
Ms.
was.
Bonner.
Can we hear we made it?
No, wouldn't they?
I'd like to call engineering services to order. Ms. Bonner, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Before we get started, just want to move item number 9 to the next committee cycle.
Item number
From my
9.
understanding, there's about 35 slides for that presentation, and I think we're going to need a smidge more time for that.
Item number, okay. So the next committee, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Are there any additions or deletions other than that one item?
Mr. Chairman.
Jordan's gone. Did we just lose a quorum? Commissioner Clark?
Yes, in order to save time, if Dr. Malik does not have his full presentation ready at this time, I'd like to have it moved to March 1st to give him ample time to get everything together.
Dr. Malik, is that agreeable?
He's ready?
He said no. Oh, he's ready.
Commissioner Clark, how do you want to proceed?
Okay, if he's ready, let's go.
Okay.
So we starting with 6?
Well, before we started, I was waiting on Ms. Bonner to see if there was any additions or deletions.
No, sir, I don't. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
No, I don't have any.
Okay. And
Other than the supplemental information you all have received.
yes, ma'am. I'd like to consent items 1, 2, 3, 4. Question for 3? Okay.
4, you say, sir?
And 11.
4 and 11. Okay, that's 1, 2, 4, and 11, and the rescheduling of item number 9 to the next committee meeting.
Yes, ma'am. And voting.
They haven't gotten it yet. Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have the additional information for item number 6.
Are we going to go ahead and vote on these items?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we will.
Okay.
I didn't, let me say, who motioned? I didn't
Oh,
hear
can I-
that. I didn't get a motion on it, that's why.
Second.
I think now we can vote.
Okay. Mr. Johnson is out, sir? Is he?
He is gone for the day.
He's gone for the day, okay. Mr. Son, Ms. Garrett, okay. That motion fails. 3. Okay, all right then. Well, it's just the 3 of you. You're voting? Yes. Okay, well, we don't usually do that after it's been published, but we'll. Committee okay with this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And, all right.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson out.
All right. Let's go top to bottom, please.
Okay. We'll start with item 3, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve the second renewal of the front load services agreement with Coastal Waste and Recycling of Georgia, Orion Waste, Inland Waste Solution, LLC.
Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, my question really is, I'd like to see put the contract in here for we have on the front load agreement. I'd like to see the contract, because the contract was not in it. What is want us to sign moving forward is in there, but I didn't see the current contract in there at all. I see that what it wants to give an extension. That's in there, but not the contract itself that they're currently operating from. I would have liked to have that for reading purposes.
Attorney Brown, was there any changes made to this item? So it's the same contract as the one before?
Put 6 and then 8.
No, that wouldn't be the contract.
That's 8. Wait a minute. That's 6. That's 6. And that's number 8.
Yeah, it's just an extension of the current contract that's in place.
Yeah, but I don't see it. I don't know what it is, though. I'd like to see the current contract. He can have it in about next week.
Okay.
I'm fine with that. I'll vote to approve. Just need that in there.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Okay. Mr. Johnson's out.
Just so we're clear, Commissioner Hassan's requesting the contract to be included in next week's agenda.
Mr. Steer is indicating that he will provide that to Ms. Bonner.
All right, thank you all. All right, next
Okay,
item.
that motion carries with Mr. Johnson out. Who's absent? We'll just note him absent. Okay, we're headed to number 5, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Presentation by Ms. Sarah Cherry regarding ongoing sanitary sewer problems from bad connections.
Is Ms. Cherry here? You'll come up to the podium right here in the front, please. Ma'am?
Never done this before, so bear with me.
You'll be fine. If you'll state your name and address for the record, please.
It's Sarah Cherry. I live at 4452 Fair Bluff Road, Hepzibah, Georgia. Nice to meet you, Mr. Garrett.
Hey, nice to meet you.
I've never been able to meet my commissioner.
You live right down the road from me.
Yeah, but today I'm talking about my property, which is in a different location, 3056 Griggs Court. My sister and I purchased that property some years ago as our thinking about our retirement, to have some income, some kind of income. From the time we got it, we've had sewer problems. And we kept on using plumbers time after time, and nobody would come up with a solution to what was really going on. So we ended up putting in, someone advised us to put in extra pumps between the house and where it connects to the city sewer line. This is an area that was built a long time ago, from what I understand. Used to be for military people, but it had expanded, and some of the homes have extra rooms to it. I don't know whether that was the plan for the sewer system, but anyway, spending so much money buying pumps, repairing over and over, it came to a point where it was, I didn't know exactly what was happening. So recently, I hired Mr. Liu, a contractor, to come and make some repairs to the house. And before he would do that, I told him, I need you to check the sewer system, because that was always the problem. And the lady who was in that house, she had gone ahead and opened that line in the back of the house to get all the sewer going into the backyard. So when I got there, I was told her, we can't do this. And I was at a point where I can't buy another new pump because they cost like $1,200 to get in one. And of course, there is a time limit to anything mechanical. So I had already replaced 4 pumps in that location. So over the years. So I asked her if it was okay with me if she would leave, find another place. And anyway, she wasn't paying the rent either. So I said, it's okay for you to move your family somewhere. But then, the pandemic came in, and she had nowhere to go. And when I couldn't do anything about it, that's why she opened that
pipe outside, and you can imagine the smell out there everywhere. I went to her and begged her to get out, and then I found out I can't force her out without taking her to court. So I had to file that to finally get her out of the house so I can go ahead and figure out exactly what is going on with this sewer system that we have worked on over the years. I went to court with her, and then the judge said I couldn't get her out of the house because it has to take time. So there she was again in that house with no sewer system, and all she was doing was pouring Clorox all over the house and outside. And you had to be there to see, you had to have been there to see how terrible it was. I was hurting for her, but I had nowhere else to send her. Anyway, eventually, after we went to court, the judge gave her extra 2 more weeks before she could move. And that's finally how I finally got her out of the house. So I got a contractor to come and help. And Mr. Lou, I don't know her last name, Carreras, Mr. Lou Carreras was the contract I got. And I said, before we do anything to the house, let's get the drainage system done first. So he went ahead in front of the house where to dig up where we had always the pump. So he went in there and went to expose where the city sewer line was. And he said, this problem is not yours, it's the city.
Have you had any contact with anybody from the city?
Yes.
Okay.
I started getting in contact with them. I started with the water department where I pay my water bill. They sent me to another area of, I don't know where that road, what that road is called, but it's, they're the source people.
Right.
So I talked, I went there, I talked to them. They said, yeah, okay, if you pay, I even have the receipt, if you pay $610, then we'll come and check on what you are talking about. That took weeks. I'm still waiting. So finally they came, and they said they're going to cut somewhere in there, but then they said they couldn't do that because they saw that there was a clean water line close to where they wanted to do the work. So they closed that up, and here I am since September. I'm still waiting for them to come back.
Well, we have Director Bine over here. He is over our utilities department. Yeah. Director Bine, are you familiar with this issue at all?
I am becoming familiar with this rapidly. I pulled the work order history on the property. The existing sewer service comes into the manhole bench. So it comes into the very bottom. So when the area was constructed, the original line actually ties in at the very bottom of the manhole. And so, as my understanding, somebody's cored out that manhole so that there is no more fall getting to the manhole. And so what's gone on apparently, and I'm just learning about the pump this afternoon, that there was a pump installed at the facility, which is pretty common in situations like this. The sewer line coming out of the slab of the house is between 12 and 18 inches deep, which is pretty deep for a property in Augusta. Our frost line is considered 6 inches. So whoever installed that, there was probably a bust in the original installation. And so that line's been flat for the entire service period, which does create issues. I also haven't heard about the sewer relief in the back of the house, which obviously is unsanitary. The $600, I'm just learning about that as well. I'm assuming that's the tap fee to move the tap. We did cut the road all the way to the main. The water main does have a horizontal conflict or a vertical conflict with it. So what they had determined to do was to move the sewer line down the road to catch some more fall. It's my understanding they're working on that. I just got some additional feedback about the property. Sorry I didn't contact her prior to the meeting. Next time I'll make sure we're in front of this. But we are working to get this resolved with them. So there's just been, I think, a miscommunication as to how it should be handled. We have had 2 separate crew managers out there looking at it, trying to figure out the best solution.
I think probably the easiest thing to do would be to get y'all together, and if you can get Director Bond to give you his information, that way you have direct contact. But we'll make sure that this whole situation gets rectified. And in regards to the $600, is there really a reason for that?
It's typically for the tap fee. So we cut the road. So we had to do, a trench and an overlay and everything else in order to put the property back. That's a standard fee for a new service. I'll find out exactly what this is designed to cover, and we'll work.
It sounds like to me this is an existing service just getting repaired in a way that it won't backflow into the house, correct?
Yeah, it's what it sounds like.
So I don't see where the $600 would be really necessary.
I will look into that.
Okay. But really, I think that would probably be the best way forward, is just make sure you can coordinate with him to make sure that this whole situation gets taken care of.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Hey, thank you. You did great, by the way. I can see where Kid gets it. All right, item number 6.
Okay. Item 6, supporting documentation additional is being disseminated. Item 6 is a request from engineering to present a comprehensive report of all stormwater fees related programs to include all past, present, and future endeavors, grass cutting costs per mile, the number of dedicated city storm water related employees, as well as outside contractors. Commissioner Clark requested this item.
All right, Commissioner Clark, if you want to get started, and I think there is a presentation to go along with this, so we will also hear that. So you have the floor.
I just suggest that we run through this as quickly as possible. So if Dr. Malik and his people are ready, I'm ready to go.
All right.
Yes, sir. We're ready. Dr. Flife is I'm going to let him go through the information, and I'll be ready to answer any questions.
All right. Dr. Flife. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm not sure I've ever referred to you by doctor, but.
Nope. It's unusual. So we, for your request, we broke it up into 3 sections so we could keep everything orderly. So the first one we felt was stormwater fee-related programs that you were asking about. That has 4 subsections that we applied to it. The second one was the number of employees funded through the stormwater program. And then the third one was the number of contractors and the actual specific contractors for the on-call service work. And so there are 5 elements to that too. So starting with the actual income, what you see here is what you see here is the actual for the business plan for the stormwater program had anticipated almost $15.3 million income. The issue with that is those estimates were overestimates because there were duplicates in the database for some of the parcels. So the fee, the actual income is to the right of that, and it's more on the order of 13.1 million.
So can I stop you right there?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
If there needed to be a change in the budget amount, I'm not sure how long it's been since y'all have realized that there were duplicates, and that's the reason for the shortfall. Isn't that something that we should have kind of taken care of during the budget process?
I believe that was all done once the program had started. It was not realized until the program started.
Understood, but I mean the program's been in existence now for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Administrator, but I think this was one of those budget items that we probably should look at to make sure that we're not continually running a shortfall.
I don't disagree. This is the first time I've seen this presentation, so I can't comment on it.
Yeah, let me know. Yes, sir. So we took care of some of the shortfall. We did adjust the budget, so our budget is right now around 3.4, 3.5 million. That's
Okay.
what we're working around. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Understood.
So you're saying you did adjust it?
Yes.
So it's been resolved?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
So been resolved for the 22 budget?
Yeah, so the Exhibit C, all the way the last couple pages, our actual working budget is 13.9.
Okay.
Yeah, so we take that into account. We're just trying to present from the budget, or from the original plan side.
But it does have impact on the services that was expected to be delivered, because right now we're 2 million shorts. But still, we try to deliver what we promised, but we're working 2 million short budget.
Dr. Malik, last year, the year before, we had, we looked at the stormwater program in a whole, just because it was under review, it was time to do that. Did we know about this budget shortfall then?
Yes, sir. It was brought it up that time too, that our collections are not what the plan shows.
Mr. Chairman.
May not be in the detail. But.
Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, sir. I could be wrong, but as I hear you all talking about this, I think what the budget shortfall is, in my mind, is normally when you have allocated and you didn't have enough money to carry out your services. I think what they have here, I believe, and I apologize if I'm wrong about this, they're saying on the left-hand corner there is based on the number of households. That's what they thought they were planning to collect. I don't think they put that kind of service on the ground, and this is what we collected in the middle of what we planned to collect. So the impact of services in terms of wasn't impacted at all. What they was able to do, they was able to do it at the end of the day.
But you would think that for a planning tool, they would have adjusted it down once they got rid of the duplicates.
Oh yeah, that's an internal. That's internal.
They did.
Okay.
Can I?
But he said he did.
Okay. Yeah. Can I chime in? So me and Dr. Malik just talked about that. It's not a budget shortfall.
Exactly.
Your budgeting has been corrected. So you're budgeting a true budget of, I think, about 13.8. What is that number? I don't know it off the top of my head. 13.8, 13.9. So they're budgeted at $13.9 million. Your original plan was around 15 million or something, and so they're working within their budget. Okay. What they're basically saying is the collections have not been the same, so they have adjusted down appropriately, and they're operating at that $13.9 million budget. But what they're illuminating to you through this presentation is that wasn't the original plan. Yeah.
Understood.
So shortfall is not the appropriate language that should be utilized.
All right. Dr. Flight.
It really is. It becomes a level of service conversation. That's what we're trying to elucidate, based upon that discrepancy. Now, these are the actual. It also shows the actual collections, and then I just wanted to point out that I think we have one of the highest fee collections in the state. Anyway, our collections are. We bill about $14 million a year, and our collections are usually 95 to 97%. So that's a really good reflection of the community. Now on the other side, the expenses, we've got two of the major expenses are personnel and program services. Program services is broken down into in-house O&M and then contract services. So now to highlight those components, we broke it down into individual components. For the expenses, stormwater-related program, the right-of-way and drainage maintenance program is highlighted here under A. These are all of the expenses required to fulfill that service. $4.7 million total to do all of these services, to provide all these services. And I just want to point out that in order to make the program efficient, we continue to find ways within our means. My grandmother always told me that, work within your means. And so the what we're doing here with what we've got at hand, the unit cost for centerline miles is $3,325. That originally was $4,000. So that item is coming down. Originally, the stormwater ponds were about $3,000 to $4,000 per acre. That has come down to $2,000 per acre to get that service completed. We're next going to work on tree maintenance. That will be reduced. Really, what we're trying to get to is from an hourly to an actual tree size variable for pricing. The $25,000 for cleaning pipes out, we actually brought that service in-house for the most part. So this is in case we need extra help. But we have vac trucks to actually clean out the system ourselves. And then we did try in-house street sweeping, but in order to achieve the level of service that we're being asked to develop, it did make a little more sense to actually contract that out. In terms of engineering services, so we have things that kind of historic issues that we have to address. All of these projects are being worked on now in terms of individual contractors going out into the field and finding out what needs to be done to fix it. And these are done through engineering service contractors. And all of these projects actually are either completed in terms of the studies that need to be done to tell us what needs to be done, or are in the process of being completed. And they're about $60,000 a piece, with a total of actually fixing everything being about $50 million for a real capital improvement program to actually go in and fix these things.
I got a question for you. You said that you use engineering contractors.
Yeah.
How do you differentiate stormwater contractors, engineering contractors? Because I'm sure, sometimes there's overlap of what's really, the project that's ongoing. Mm-hmm. Is there a way that y'all do that, or is it?
Yeah, we put it out.
Yeah, it's depends how the project was developed. So like these projects are developed for the stormwater purposes, for improvement. So when we did the RFP or RFQ, actually all these are RFQs, request for qualification, and so that's what these projects are. We have a road improvement project that may have stormwater element, but then primarily is heavily focused on the road improvement. So that's the way RFQ will be developed. So that's the way we do, and we have 5 or 6 different consultant firms working on it. Almost all the local consultants are involved in these efforts. I do want to mention the 6 and 7, which are our first 2 stream bank projects. We're almost there to actually start moving dirt, hopefully next month, on those, the bottom 2, 6 and 7.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question.
Commissioner Clark.
How many stormwater ponds do we have in our system?
168.
Yes, it's 2 parts to answer to that question. So we have around 600 or 700 total ponds countywide, but the city-owned ponds are around 160 ponds. Few are smaller, so 140, or the larger ponds. And this year, we did actually, we're going proactively, so we have a contract. So we'll be able to do city-owned ponds at least once a year. Proactively, we're working on a schedule. We have 8 regional ponds that will be done quarterly. So back to, in summary, there are around 600, 700 countywide ponds, but the Augusta-owned ponds are around 160.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on to the next item, item C. Augusta was established in 1736, and the city-county was merged in 1996. So one of the challenges in having actual money allocated to the stormwater program is trying to figure out where all the stuff is. And so that's what this item really does, is it identifies and inventories all of the assets in the entire county. And that is, you know, people out there on the ground. Again, we have in-house services that do that. We now have a very good and strong team, inventory team, that actually puts all of this stuff together and is now in the works of creating the asset management program, so we can be very proactive about that. Yeah, so right now the cost reduction on all of that, and by bringing that in-house as opposed to keeping everything out with outside contractors, is about $250,000 savings. Now, one of the reasons we have to do all of this is because we have a stormwater permit, and one of those permit requirements is to have, right here, yeah, public education. So what you see here in item D are organizations that we team with to fulfill some of those requirements. The last one with the mosquito management program, that was another expense to the system that was not in the original plan, that we team with the landfill to fulfill that program. So that's all part one of these, you know, where the fee kind of goes. And then part two is really the number of employees that get funded as a result of the stormwater program. In essence, there are 82 full-time equivalents. 29 of them are technical and administrative, and 53 are boots on the ground folks. And the totals are all there at $5.2 million. And then there are 12 people outside of the department that, sorry?
Can I ask a question?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir. I see under part 2 where it says others, 12. Who are they?
So I was going to explain, these are folks that are partly paid by stormwater, not 100%. So, for example, we have a person in IT that helps with our billing software. We partially pay for that salary. There's another person in planning that we partially pay her salary because she does fulfill a stormwater component. She's the floodplain manager. So there are aspects of people's jobs that tie into our permit that are necessities.
Who are basically not engineering folks.
That's correct. They're not in the engineering department. That's correct.
But part of their salary is paid by stormwater.
That's correct. And again, partly because if you look at the stormwater permit, some of their job description overlaps with that requirement.
Okay, let me ask you this. Might sound like a stupid question, but how were they being paid before stormwater?
Yeah, that's something I really requested during the budget of this year, that we needed to review it. We had that conversation back in 2018 with Ms. Jackson, my city administrator. So that's why we have this breakdown. And before the program, everyone was paid either through general fund or some other revenue sources. For example, planning and zoning. I think their primary sources through the plan review fee, some other enforcement and all other things. So
when stormwater came along, part of the salary is passed on the stormwater?
Yes, sir. Again, it's tied back to the original plan, but really plan need to be revisited because we know we're not collecting as much money, which we thought we were going to be collecting. and some of the adjustments need to be made, because that was the really first plan which we thought how everything going to work it out. But now we know exactly how it's working.
I think what he's asking is how were they funded before? Now that you're supplementing their salaries with stormwater fees or stormwater intake, what was the funding mechanism before, or were these new hires?
So, for example, IT, I'm assuming they were funding through the general fund. And for planning, probably they were funded through, plan review fee and some of the revenue they generate through the permitting and all that. And the same as the inmate services, they were funding through probably general fund.
Mayor Pro Tem, does that clarify anything? Okay. Is the administrator around? I think there's a question for him.
He's out. I mean, he's in the back. He's in the break.
All right. We'll come back to that question. Just remind me when he comes back. Administrator, there's a question for you.
I don't know if he heard any of what was going on. Or would that be unfair at this point? Well, that's neither here. No, we're not going to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Apologize, Commissioner Mason. I didn't hear the question, but if you repeat it, I'll try to address it.
Oh, no, I didn't ask anything yet. They gave some information out.
We were having a discussion regarding where some of these stormwater employees were being funded and partially funded, and the Mayor Pro Tem asked the question, where were they being funded before the stormwater program began? And
I didn't know if you had any information to share.
No, I don't know that off the top of my head, but I know our finance team keeps some good records, so we can go back and look at that. I know now it's cost allocation plan, and so we use a third party. Forgot the name, but I know they're rated one of the best. We utilize them in the metro as well, and so that cost allocation plan is how they're funded. So whatever percentage of their work goes to stormwater is allocated through that cost allocation, and then the balance of that is through the other source. But we can get you some details on that if you need it at either the next committee cycle or on Tuesday. Or if it's an individual council member, we can just get it to you directly. That's not an issue.
I think that's something that we probably would all like to see. So if you could get that information to the commission.
Oh, yeah, no problem. We'll get you the cost allocation details, and you'll be able to see that. That's current. Before that, you're probably just kind of trying to figure it out. But the best way to do it is through cost allocation, so you get the real cost allocated appropriately.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Administrator.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hassan, you had a question?
I do. I just want to make a statement, and it may make sense along what Mr. just said as well. Some of these services, like probably the prison crew and everything else, who does a lot of work. So if it's just commissions and things like that, whether it's these retention and detention ponds and things of that nature. Prior to that, remember, we didn't have a storm water. If you would have had one, it probably would have been there all the time. But as the stormwater came on board, then they, like they said, they allocated it appropriately at that particular time based on the level of service that was going both ways. I'm sure the departments probably carry some of the salaries still, and the stormwater covers some of it because we didn't have a program. So as a result of that, you had to get it out of the general fund. You have any choice.
Administrator.
Yeah. In addition to that, I'm looking at some of the stuff that was on the screen, and I know those folks that were referenced recently, those were in the original plan too. So it might be a good idea to revise this plan, because it looks like a lot of the questions are because the original stormwater plan, it's like any other thing that you do before you start collections or before you start implementing, you have a plan. But once you start looking at the new cost allocation plan, what your real collections look like, et cetera, you should revise the plan. And so it might be a good idea for the engineering department to work with the commission and staff to revise this plan to utilize real figures and the reality of today versus the origin of the stormwater fee.
Thank you, Administrator.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hassan, are you good?
Yes, I'm fine.
All right. Dr. Flight.
And then just the last section, we were asked to identify the contractors on-call contractors. The ones I forgot to put in here were the engineering service contractors. That would be Cranston, Benish, GMC, Ardura, Pond, and JLA. Those are the ones that did the Section B engineering studies. And then all the supporting documentation in the back.
All right. Commissioner Clark, is there any other questions after listening to this presentation?
I don't have any. I think it's was presented, and I would like to thank Dr. Malik and Dr. Flagg for putting this together so that we can understand it and listen to you and understand it a lot better. And I'd also like to thank my colleagues for asking some very in-depth questions that help explain things and get answers. It would be nice if we could put this on our Augusta city website so that the citizens can pull it up and look at it and get answers for themselves. But thank you so much for bringing this. We've been asking for it for a long time, and we finally got some answers. Thank you.
All right. If there are no further comments, we will accept this as a whole lot of information.
Second.
All right. Next item, Ms. Bonner.
Okay. That would be item number 7. Update from Engineering Department on streetlights and installation on Huxley Drive and Camilla Road.
I believe Commissioner McKnight, this is your item. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Dr. Malik, thank you for talking to me about this over the past year. Wanted to get an update from you to see where we are on this project and let you tell my colleagues a little bit what we've talked about here.
This is about the streetlights, not the TIA project yet?
No,
Okay.
this is street
That's
lights.
the next one.
Okay. Just make sure we were tracking.
Yes, sir. Yes, I can kind of run down what action has been taken and where we are. So we started the process at the request of the commissioner and received the cost estimate from Georgia Power, because that's what we've been using on Georgia Power right now for our streetlight program. And then we submitted agenda item for this body to approve that installation. That was on October 1st. So the agenda item was entered in the system, but then on October 4th, we got an email notification from the finance that there's not enough money in the budget to support this installation. So we have a few back and forth email communications, and then my response was that there wasn't money allocated through the ARP funds. So I reach out to the administrator and probably I will refer back to him to kind of get. So we are on hold for the funding. So once the funding is released, and we will bring the agenda item back.
What is the funding shortfall for this project?
So the construction cost for 2 streets is $154,027 for those 2. So either we can wait for RP fund, or it seems like there's some funds in SPLOST 7.
Administrator, I think you had a question.
Well, not so much a question, just wanted to make sure that we provided a clear kind of, perspective on that. So this is one proposed streetlight project to be funded through the American Rescue Plan, but the commission, while you approved the $6.5 million, which, as a reminder, is for year 1 deficit, which is this year, as well as year 2. And in our work session, the commission said in lieu of making a decision on those funds, you might actually use it for year 3 as well, because those would be eligible. So you could take care of the deficit this year, next year, and the year after within the American Rescue Plan. What you have not decided on, though, is for the infrastructure that you would like to put in place, when and where and what and how many lights. And so the reason is not finance that's denying it. It has been me who has been denying it, because I believe that the commission should be able to decide where you're going to put that infrastructure in versus just picking one place that is staff led. That's a commission decision. And so that should be the group versus us just putting it on the agenda, funding it, and then leaving leaving the lights in an inequitable fashion across the county. And so the $6.5 million has been allocated in the budget, but the commission has not made a decision on where you're going to put the infrastructure.
Commissioner McKnight.
Yes, I went through this process a year ago, actually, and had the petition signed by all the neighbors, every one of the neighbors on those 2 streets, and they're small streets. But anyway, long story short, everybody signed it. And, you know, what about this trying to recapture SPLOST 7 funds to do this, to do the job?
So this item technically wasn't brought to me. I'm assuming you brought it to Director Malik, and it was just put on the agenda. And so again, for me, no matter how many petitions are identified, no matter any of those things, cannot make a move without the will of the
Administrator,
commission.
I don't think this was brought to Dr. Malik. I think this was just an agenda item added to have this discussion.
My point in general is that until the will of the commission gives direction on an item, then, you know, that I couldn't approve it. And so once the commission says, this is what we want to do with our street lights, first, are we going to add that 3rd year? And where do we want these lights? Do we want so many per district? Do we want to take on the HOAs? I mean, you've got a big decision. So if you were to just do one-off projects later on, if you decide you want to take on all of the HOAs, what the funding structure is for each of the lights, et cetera, all of that eats into your allocation, and that would have to be a group decision of the 10 voting elected officials.
Commissioner McKnight.
Dr. Malik, do you know exactly how many lights will be put on those 2 streets?
Yeah, just give me a second.
Okay.
Do you have a motion, Commissioner?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve installation on these 2 streets as proposed by engineering.
Providing what funds?
SPLOST 7. I mean, there's ARP money, but I'd probably be better going through recapturing SPLOST 7 funds. I mean,
can you clear that up a little bit? You went 2 different directions there.
I'd like to make a motion to approve installation of Camellia and Huxley Road street lights as proposed by engineering using SPLOST 7 funds.
I will second that if we can use that $500,000 that was removed from the last conversation.
Okay.
I like that.
Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, I think I agree with the administrator. They said I think it ought to be a universal decision that we make as opposed to making them here and there. Obviously, like I said, Dr. Malik is very aware of the project, to the administrator's point, that he can tell you how many lights it is. And so I just say we wait, and because we're going to end up, like you said, going to be inequities across certain parts of Richmond County, and let's make a blanket decision. So I know it's not enough to deny, but I just won't be supporting it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was going to say, I've got some streets that we can include on the SPLOST 7. I think we ought to let the administrator analyze it and come back with something, rather than putting a tag on it saying SPLOST 7, because I think all of us have some streets that need street lights, and if we say SPLOST 7, then somebody else is gonna come back and say SPLOST 7, somebody's gonna come back and say SPLOST 8, SPLOST 5.
Yeah. So,
Mayor Pro Tem, how would it be a little easier if we were to utilize the ARP funds?
Well, give it to engineering, let them analyze it, and get with the administrator and let them come back with a suggestion that
All right.
could be universal, that they can use each time we ask for those lights or what have you. But if we put a tag on it right now, I think it gives us problems with each of the districts.
Commissioner McKnight, could I get you to rescind your motion? And I'd like to make a suggestion.
okay, I'll rescind it.
All right. Could we task the administrator and engineering to bring forward a motion for commission next week for this item with a funding source to have a discussion and look at?
That's fine.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. I know it's not going to pass, but I think that we would let the commission, let the administrator look at all of the across the city and not just in certain people districts like this in 2 streets. That was his point. That's what we should be doing.
Well, I was kind of hoping that would be part of the conversation next week as well, Commissioner Hassan.
So we can amend the motion and let them create a universal lights package for across the city, not across 2 streets.
Commissioner McKnight.
Yeah, I just want to say something. I went through, when I came on board last year, I went through the process, which was to get, neighbors to fill out that are willing to pay yearly for street lights. Got the petition done, and I thought I was doing what I was supposed to do here. I'm not asking, literally not asking for much, and the residents have been waiting. We brought this up, talked about it a year ago, the residents and I, but I'm willing to do whatever we need to do as a body and discuss it next week or week after. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Just simple comment.
Just make sure you're in the queue.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think the only thing we're seeing, Commissioner from the 3rd, is that I could come in here next week and say, I need lights on Bellmead Drive, and I need it from SPLOST 7, or I need it from the overage or SPLOST 5 or SPLOST 6 or what have you. What it is that we create a situation where commissioners start to come in and not only demand certain stuff, but put a tag on it where they think the money is. So I would rather that engineering and or the administrator come back with a suggestion, something that they can use for each of us each time we come, because SPLOST 7 money is not going to last forever. SPLOST 5 and 6 overages aren't going to last forever. So if I were to come in here next week and there's no money left in 7 or 5 or 6, then I'm just up the creek.
Administrator.
Mr. Chairman, so there is $6.5 million allocated specifically for streetlights. And so if the commission is ready to move forward on that, now it's a reminder that you have not made any decisions on whether you are going to have a fee structure for streetlights that's more sustainable so that you do not continue to carry a deficit for multiple years. If I'm understanding you correctly, we are well prepared to bring back to the commission a recommendation on how to allocate that $6.5 million. And that would be, right, because I can tell you what it is right now. You take the first 2 years, pay the deficit, determine what the fee structure will be, and utilize the rest for infrastructure, which would include everything from Bellmead Drive to the 2 streets that the commissioner is talking about and throughout Richmond County. But if you do not address the deficit that you are having, it will actually grow and balloon, because the more streetlights you put in place, the more the cost goes up. And these American Rescue Plan funds do expire. And so Again, the $6.5 million is allocated to resolve the issue. And at any time that the commission is ready to finalize that fee structure piece, we can actually address it in real time and provide infrastructure countywide that is sustainable.
Thank you, Administrator. I think the overall conversation supports coming back with a plan to, address this as well as, countywide. So, Ms. Bonner, I think that's, not sure if you need that in a formal motion.
Is it a direction? You can, are you asking for official action or just receiving it as, or directing the administrator?
I think
to
we
come
all
back
want to
with
take
the
action
plan?
on it, just from the conversation that I'm hearing.
Directing the administrator to develop the plan? Okay, the point is when she talks about the next meeting, is that what you're saying, or?
I'm not sure that could be done by the
Right, so that's why I was asking.
Next committee cycle?
Following week.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, following.
Commissioner McKnight, or, okay.
Directing the administrator to come back with a comprehensive plan on streetlights.
Yes, ma'am.
Deficit and
25th.
infrastructure at the next committee meeting,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Which is what, the
Okay.
25th? Is that good?
That's,
Thank you, Ms. Bonner.
you're welcome.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Equitable plan.
Okay.
So we're going to do that without objection, right, sir?
No objection? Commissioner Hassan, no objection? No objection. I just want to make sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Malik. Next item, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 8, update on the Tier 1 project.
Commissioner Scott, this is your item.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I asked Dr. Malik to come and just give us a brief update on where we are, where we going, and how we doing it.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is a one-page slide, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. So we are in band 3 right now, but I just put it band 1, band 2, just to give you an idea on number of projects and effort engineering department put it to deliver this project at local level. I do want to point it out. I really appreciate the engineering staff who work with me to deliver this project. We have not added a single additional employee to deliver these projects. These projects we're delivering with the employee we have on that. So there was 22 projects where band 1, Augusta delivered, and actually we were more or less a guinea pig. It was a test because we are the only city who were doing actual project as a band 1, and really even GDOT didn't have a good process in place. So we worked it through with GDOT and developed a process and suggested some changes because GDOT really had not that much experience delivering project at the local level of that magnitude. So there were 8 bridges, 4 resurfacing, 2 signals, and then in band 1, then we developed our traffic control management center, ITS, to control most of the signals here from our main admin office. We also have 5 roadway projects. So right now, band 2, actually we're wrapping up. There were 5 projects, 2 bridges, 3 roadways. The Berkman Road is complete, 100% complete. James Brown, 9 streets is complete. There were a few remaining items, punch list, we're working on it. 5th Street Bridge, we are behind schedule because of the chain supply issues. There are a lot of fixtures at and above the deck, and we're waiting on the delivery. And right now, we're looking somewhere close to end of April, just before or after Masters. So that brings it to band 3 projects. So we have 6 projects in downtown area and 2 bridges. One is very close to downtown. That's the Walton Way and 8th Street. The other one is Highland Avenue near over CSX near Gordon Highway. We're working through the final plan development. Again, we are few months behind the schedule because of the COVID, and engineering firm really they are short-staffed, but we're pushing them because by law we're required to get all these contracts, Band 3, under contract and approved by this commission by December 31st. So so we're pushing that. So right now we're staggering them. 13 and Telfair, they're ready to go. So we are in the process of submitting the, we're going to do the request for qualification to procurement either this week or definitely by next week. And then we're going to move on to 5th and 6th, maybe another second quarter, and then the green. The Broad Streets is a very challenging project. We're working through it. We are only 60% right now. We work with the GDOT and planning to use construction management general contractor procurement process that will enable us to bring the contractor on board once we have 6 plan, and then contractor will provide us feedback from their point of view how we should complete the sequences, all that, and then we go from there to actual construction. So schedule-wise, I have tentative dates over there. I say 13 and Telfair, they will be together at the same time because there's a lot of overlapping, and that help us to deliver the project more cost effectively. That will be going to procurement this week or next week. So we're hoping to bring back to this commission for contract award probably in May for that. Then the 6th and green probably we're going to do somewhere around April or May to procurement. It takes around 90 days to complete the procurement process, then we go on. So one other thing I do wanted to highlight, that's our standard practice. That when we have a contractor on place, we do, call for the stakeholder meeting. For example, if we're doing work on Telfair Street, we're going to call the meeting with the businesses and everybody along that corridor and go over the project in the presence of the contractors. So the contractor will be able to explain how he is planning to execute the construction activities, traffic control, access to the businesses, all that. So that is part of our standard process, and we're planning to do that. Hopefully, COVID situation will get better, so we don't have to do virtual that one. But if nothing else, we can do it as a virtual too. So that's kind of quick update where we are. We are on schedule, and we met the Band 1 and Band 2 schedule. And I'm very confident we're going to meet the Band 3 schedule. It will be very challenging undertaking with the downtown, but we're up to that challenge.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question, please.
Still your floor.
Mr. Malik, do we have any kind of renderings of drawing of what this is going to look like, or is this the closer you get into a contractor, we'll get some drawings, some renderings, or anything?
I can request those to tell them. Normally we don't generate unless we have some specialized feature like 5th Street Bridge, for example. It's kind of linear park concept, so we did create a rendering. We do have a construction plan. We have the rendering when this process was initiated 3-4 years back, because we went through the concept development, and there was $1.2 million allocated to that, and that firm actually did a lot of outreach and information gathering and meetings, but those are the concepts that were created. We took those concepts and then scaled it down because there was not enough money to do everything what the concept laid out there, So collectively, these 6 projects are around $72 million investment in downtown for construction. So.
I think Commissioner Scott was asking, because we get asked a lot, what is, we've heard about the Broad Street renovations for years. What's it going to look like? I mean, we're not able to tell our constituents. People have been paying into this for a long time, so I think if we could get a concept of what it's tentatively going to look like, I think that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, Broad Street is again challenging. We're only 60%, and it will change as we go to finals. So, I can create our odds for the concept and bring it back where we are, but that not necessarily is going to be. That's why we're bringing the contractor on board to kind of develop the final plan, and then we will have what we'll be constructing. The only thing I'm trying to avoid is to kind of put out something, and later on we change it, and then I have to kind of explain why we made this change, why we made that change.
What do you mean by 60%? You said you're 60% there.
Yeah, that's the 60% construction plan. Still, we're working through, for example, utility corridor, all of this, and stuff on that. So like, there's 3 phases generally plan development. 30% is the first one where you kind of laid out everything from the concept to actually based on the actual information, and then.
So what's the concept? I think that's what we're all asking is, what's it supposed to look like? Do we know? I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around how you can plan a project without having an idea of where you want it to go.
I can bring the concept, but I may be reading too much into the question because I'm thinking what the question I've been hearing, how this thing gonna look like, how that, how many feet of sidewalk gonna be, how many,
Commissioner Scott, can you help me out here?
Pictures would do.
Pictures?
Pictures would do of something.
Okay.
Other than 60% there.
Right.
I think you said 3 or 4 years ago they came.
I think probably what she's asking for is what Cooper Carey did in their concept plans when they drew up their plans for the redo of downtown. Would that be what it is?
I don't know.
Yeah.
What was the TIA project specifically for? Other than just Broad Street, was it just for repaving it? There's been talks of filling in the parking pits, to redoing the parking, to adding a park for James Brown to move his statue to. What's going to happen with all the medians? Those are just questions that we get asked, and we're just not able to really expound on it because we don't have any pictures to show. So, Administrator?
Yeah, so there are renderings for all of the downtown projects that engineering has. We can just share those renderings.
Yes,
that
sir.
would
Yeah,
be helpful. Let's do that.
I can bring the concept, but basically it is an infrastructure improvement project. It's a road improvement project, so improving the road, traffic flow. We are changing bay to add grade
Administrator
and all that.
Would it be helpful if at the upcoming commission meeting on Tuesday, all of the renderings that are available in engineering for these projects are distributed to the commission?
I wish we could distribute it to everybody.
So I think if we do it publicly, we would be able to do that. So again, for all of the downtown projects, there are renderings and they exist in engineering. And so my office will work to make sure that that's on the agenda. Not on the agenda because it'll just carry over, but we'll have those for presentation on Tuesday.
And honestly, the whole 60% number, I think I've heard that since July of 2020. I think one of the first conversations we ever had was surrounding that, and I think we were at the 50 or 60% mark then. So is the holdup because of COVID or?
Yes, sir. But again, Broad Street is a very complex project, and we don't know what's there. That's a 100-plus-year-old corridor. There are utilities all over the place.
What did they do back in the 50s or 60s when they added the parking pits? Weren't there plans made then that we should be able to find? That kind of tells you what's there?
Those plans, again, that will maybe tell me, here's a line here, but if I tell me it's 2 feet here or 2 feet there, I can get there. So that's why we went to GDOT and got more money, and we're doing the subsurface utility engineering, actually. Even someplace they're digging the pits exactly. So GDOT actually allocated $1.2 million just for that purposes late last year to help us out. Because when we did the James Brown, we hit a lot of utilities, and there was almost $1 million conflict resolution additional cost. And we cannot afford on the Broad Street to really hitting utilities, and then I'll be explaining at this floor what happened.
Administrator, you want to wrap us up?
No, I think I heard loud and clear from the commission. We have some renderings for all of the downtown projects, and so we'll get those delivered to my office from engineering, and we'll make sure they're uploaded in Novus Agenda so that they're in your packets, and then we'll have them ready for any further action that the commission wants.
Commissioner Scott?
I'm good with that, sir.
All right. We will receive this as something. All right. And I believe we have one last agenda item.
Item number 10 is an update on traffic signal for Borkin and Windsor Spring Roads, traffic study Peach Orchard and Borkin Roads.
Commissioner Hassan, this is your item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Dr. Malik, first you can give us an update. That at Borkin Road and Windsor Spring Road, that's across the street. That's to myself on one side of the street, District 6 and Commissioner Mason on the other side of the street there, District 4. So give us an update on that traffic light, where we are.
Yes, sir. So we're almost there to actually start the construction. So the construction plans are already, Commission already approved the funding previously. So we worked with finance, we got the job letter. We are right now in the process of getting a purchase order, which we should have this month. So we're gonna be actually mobilizing the contractors next month.
Excuse me, Doc, let me ask you something. You say you have the contractor?
Yeah, we're using our one of the contracts.
On call? And you say you have, and you say?
Yes, sir, yeah. So we're just working with procurement right now to.
But let me ask you something, Doc. Let me slow me down. I'm gonna walk step by step. You say you got the contractor. I think I heard you say finance has approved the money, right?
Yes,
they show you the money's there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what will procurement be doing at this time that they had got the project hold up?
We had to get the purchase order, so.
How long does it take to do that?
It didn't take that long. We just started the process this week, so
Okay.
hopefully we get
Take
it
a
done
couple of days?
Yeah, yes, or maybe next week.
Okay. Okay, because I think when you're using on-call, it gives you a lot of leverage to expedite a process. It's kind of like a semi-emergency, and at the same time, you almost choose your vendor because the commission has approved those 5 or 6 vendors that's on that list, and to give you the opportunity to move in an expeditious manner. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right then. All right, so we'll know by next Tuesday that you got the PO in hand and you up and running.
Yes, sir. That's yeah. Yeah, we work with procurement, and we never have really any delay on anything. So.
Okay. You got a question on that? Because it's Commissioner. Mr. Chairman, that's my colleague's district as well. He may have.
Well, I just want to make sure that the funding source has been recognized. Yeah. Where's this funding coming from? Because this looks like a $350,000 project, right?
It's been approved by the commission.
It's been approved.
Yeah.
That was previously approved. It's kind of blended funding from supplies recapture, some other. I think there was some other. So.
Okay.
I don't have with me, but I can bring it back. But it was previously.
I think Commissioner Hassan was asking, kind of what was holding it up in procurement. Do we need to make some phone calls to help?
No, sir. No, sir. Okay. Yeah, it's just we just initiated the process.
So
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. So what time frame are we looking at where we can see people on the ground doing some constructing.
That's in March, next month.
Utilizing the on-call. Do you know who you're going to use already?
Yes, sir. It's Beam Contracting.
Beams.
So this is one of the three major construction firms.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Can I go to my second part? The second part of it is, you have an update on the traffic study for Borkin Road and Peach Orchard, or either Borkin Road and Peach Orchard and Morgan Road?
Yes, sir.
Brown Road, I'm sorry.
Brown, yes.
Brown Road, I'm sorry.
No, I don't have on the Brown still is ongoing, but I do have update on the Boykin Road at Peach Orchard.
Okay.
Yeah, so study was completed recently, and we got the final report actually on February 4th. The traffic is reviewing it, and right now, at least consultant assessment is that the light or signal is warranted. But since Peach Orchard is a state route, we have to submit all that information to the GDOT for their review. And if they agree with that, that's good. We're going to go to the next step. If they don't, if they have questions, then I'm going to go back to consultant to address those questions. John is here, if we want to have more detail, he probably can fill in.
So when will you reach out to the state and you want me to go forward the information to the state? That's where you are now, right? Reaching out to the state?
Yes, sir. So we got this on the February 4th.
Okay.
John's probably going to need another week or so to finish his review.
Okay.
And if he doesn't have any comment, then we will work with the district GDOT to work on that. And right now there's no funding identified for that. So I just wanted to mention that. Yeah.
Well, do two things. I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, to bring back to give us and let us know. Make sure they got that PO up. So we're gonna put this back on the agenda to forward it. I'm gonna just take the information, but I'm gonna put it back on the agenda for Tuesday. Actually, about that PO for the traffic light. But also, Dr. Malik, give us a number. If you figure out a number, if the state decide to approve it, they would know what that number look like. So I'm gonna have it on the agenda for Tuesday. So make a motion to receive his information.
So the number of construction cost?
Yes, sir.
It's probably going to be the same like the one we're doing now is $397,000.
Okay. I'll just look for the PO then for the one for the street light then.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to receive his information.
No objections? All right.
Okay.
Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry this one took so long.
That's okay. This is the people's business.
But with that, we'll call engineering to close.
Oh, I'm packing up like it's ready to go. We got 2 more minutes.
Ms. Bonner,
Yes, sir.
can we be ready for finance?
Yes, sir, we are.
Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
If my colleagues would agree, I would like to consent to, whatever the word is. Item
Items.
1 and item 2.
So move.
Second.
Please cast your vote.
It's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Good meeting, Mr. Chairman.
That concludes finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We got public safety. We're going. No, sir, they're not. No, sir.
Want to consent item 1 and 2, right?
Move for approval.
Item 3, I'm sorry, all of them.
Okay, Mr. Dennis Williams, and we need a second. And Ms. Scott. We're in the middle of it now, sir. Yes, sir. We have a motion and a second to consent items 1, 2, and 3. Now, are we voting, sir? Okay. We're voting.
Mayor Pro Tem, quit being difficult. I'm sorry, you gotta feed the cat. We voting? Oh, yeah, you voting?
They are kittens. Okay, that motion carries. It's unanimous.
Fifth vote there, so.
Good
probably no further
meeting.
business. Public safety, this meeting is hereby